Chapter 321. Sensing thought angrily. Elia, this small Greek nation that has always been oppressed by Picassus and almost destroyed, actually dares to cause trouble in Picassus's territory. Could it be that after becoming a member of the Dionia Alliance, these Greek cowards who only know how to hide in the city have the courage to do so? Doesn't it know that after provoking Picassus, no one can save it? He swore in his heart, after conquering the Gramentum, I must destroy Elia. But dreams were dreams, and the problem of reality had to be solved. Although the battle on his side was at a critical moment, Picassus had to immediately go to the rescue. Although 1,000 Elia people could not break through the city of Picassus, letting them wreak havoc outside the city would shake the support of the tribesmen for Sensing. Over the years, Sensing had used various means to make his tribe have an absolute advantage over the other tribes in Picassus. But Picassus was not the only tribe. Even in his tribe, the elders and priests were not completely loyal to him. Last time, the tribe was already somewhat dissatisfied with the defeat in the Gramentum. This time, he had to take immediate action against the invasion of Elia. Otherwise, if the warriors found out, their anger alone would give him a headache. He had no choice but to stop the attack that he was about to launch again. He sent Ninit to lead 3,000 men, 2,000 from Picassus and 1,000 from the other tribes, back to reinforce Picassus' city. He wanted to wipe out all the invading enemies as soon as possible to vent the anger in his heart. At the same time, the delay of the attack meant that the pressure on the army's food supply had increased. He also sent a team of warriors to gather food from all over the place. The so-called gathering was actually burning, killing, and looting. This forced the neutral tribes to either escape into the mountains or join the tribes in the southern part of the Gramentum, which was Dionia's side. In Kinapatisha, the Dionia Legio IV's crossbow shells have been firing for most of the day, causing many cracks to appear on the city walls. The flying rubble even injured and killed some of the defending soldiers, causing the soldiers on the city walls to tremble in fear and low morale. Great leader Pandru had no choice but to make up his mind, send out troops in the middle of the night to destroy these terrifying siege weapons. In fact, the ballista itself was not heavy. Helos, who had always been cautious, did not move it back to the barracks when darkness fell. Instead, he only built a barricade in front of the ballista group to lure the snake out of its hole. As a result, Kenapetia's assault troops were ambushed by the Legio 4 soldiers around the ballista. After a round of fighting, they were almost wiped out. After losing a few hundred soldiers, Pandru no longer dared to act rashly. The next day, under the cover of the long-range fire of the ballista and light infantry, the soldiers and the Trine people built 3 causeways to the trench in front of the city. They then began to lay stone slabs on the causeways 100 meters outside the city. Then, the Kinapetia warriors were surprised to see 3 wooden towers being slowly pushed onto the causeway that had been paved with stone slabs. These wooden towers were 5 meters high, and with the addition of the 1-meter-high causeway, they were 2 meters higher than the stone walls. The width of the towers was the same, 2 meters above and 3 meters below. They were made of wood and covered with wet cowhide. At the bottom were huge wooden wheels, and at the top were wooden ramparts that could accommodate 3 to 4 archers. A drawbridge hung at the top, and a long wooden ladder was dragged behind it. When the siege tower approached the city wall, the drawbridge was lowered and placed on the top of the wall. The soldiers could climb the wooden ladder, pass through the tower and the drawbridge, and directly enter the wall, making the siege easier. The siege tower designed by the Dionia engineers and carpenters was relatively simple, and its function was also very simple. It cannot be compared to the giant siege tower made by Syracuse. The only bright spot was that the safety of the labor was well considered. This was because there were 3 wooden poles protruding from the wheels on both sides of the siege tower. Above the wooden poles, there were wooden sheds that looked like eaves. The people pushing the tower stood outside the causeway, and they could stand and hold on to the wooden poles. The wooden sheds helped them block the arrows from the enemy, and they could focus on pushing the siege tower forward. When the towering siege tower slowly moved forward, the Kenapetian warriors were stunned. Although siege towers had long been used in the Mesopotamian plains, they had never appeared in the Greek world, which was a small country with few people and many city-states. The overlord of Syracuse, Dionysius, was the first to make a breakthrough in Greek siege technology. However, this had just happened and had not spread to the Briti. They had never seen such a huge siege machine. Arrows, and javelins could not damage it at all, and the stones thrown could not reach far. Perhaps the siege weapons of Dionia, which could fire stone bombs, could destroy it, but the Canopetians did not. The warriors could only watch as it approached the moat. Then, the archers in heavy armor entered the siege tower, climbed the wooden ladder to the top of the tower, and began to shoot at the warriors on the city wall. Arrows flew back and forth from both sides. The Dionia archers, who were on high ground and protected by armor and wooden railings, clearly had the upper hand despite having fewer men. The Dionia soldiers took the opportunity to fill the moat with sand, so that the siege tower could be pushed to the bottom of the city wall. The anxious Pandru ordered his men to stop the enemy's attempt, and, at the same time, he sent people to Kazinsa to ask for reinforcements. He knew in his heart that if there were no reinforcements, Canopetia would be breached in a matter of days. Although the bloody and cruel battle in the fortress happened yesterday, it felt like a long time ago. Early that morning, the 2nd Legion Commander Dracos, the 1st Battalion Commander Adrianx, and other officers waited outside Ciudad Abyssinia with smiles on their faces, welcoming the arrival of Archon Diolia, the Supreme Commander of the army, the Devers. Among the welcoming team were the original leaders of Ciudad Abyssinia, Bagalipi, Brim, the new leader Kreru, and some nobles from the various tribes of Abyssinia. They were either nervous, excited, or agitated as they waited for the Supreme Commander of Dionia. To prevent any accidents, Dracos ordered the 5th and 6th battalions in the city to deploy and be on high alert. Kreru, is the Archon Devers of Dionia really younger than us? Bagalipi's young nephew, Rodum, could not help but ask Kreru who was beside him. In the past, their relationship could only be described as ordinary, but after yesterday's battle, the two youths quickly became friends. I've asked Drax it should be so, but don't treat him as a young man, Kreru reminded, quietly pointing at the officers of Legio III. Look at Dracos and those people from Dionia. They usually look up to us, but now they look completely different. They don't look like they're welcoming a young man. Of course I understand. I heard from Uncle Bagalipi that the Devers are the descendants of a certain Greek god and have never lost on the battlefield. No one in Dionia dares to disrespect him, Rodum replied. At this moment, a soldier rushed over from the defensive camp in the east, shouting excitedly as he ran. Lord Devers is here. He's here. Dracos immediately shouted, "Get ready." The officers began to tidy up their uniforms, and bugles and military drums sounded together. After a while, the sound of orderly footsteps could be heard, and a long column soon appeared in front of everyone. The person at the front of the column was dressed in full military uniform, leather sandals, bronze shin armor, and linen breastplate. He was no different from an ordinary heavy infantry soldier, only his helmet was different. It was not the heavy Corinth helmet, but a new type of iron helmet. The crown was decorated with long red and purple feathers, very elegant. There was no protection on the front of the helmet. Only the cheeks on the two sides were protected by chin guards, so people could see his face clearly. He had a wide forehead, thick eyebrows, a high nose, a moderate chin, and eyes that were not big but extremely spirited. He looked young, but not childish, and there was a sense of majesty in his eyes. His strides were big and powerful, but his speed was not too fast. He seemed to be full of vigor and steady. These are the Archon Devers of Dionia. The curious people of Abyssinia found the answer in the straight chests and respectful eyes of the generals and soldiers of Dionia. The Devers came in front of Dracos under hundreds of focused eyes. Dracos gave a neat military salute. Sir Commander, all the soldiers of the 2nd Legion welcome your arrival. The Devers immediately returned the salute and said, half-jokingly, "Well done, Drax, you put up a big scene. When did you learn to do this?" Dracos looked at Adrianx, a little embarrassed. The Devers understood and said with a smile, "It's Adrianx's idea, right? It seems that the Isthmian Games was not in vain. But such a ceremony should still be done after the war is over. During the war, everything should be simple." If someone else had said this, Adrianx would have thought that they were poking at his scars, and he would definitely be dissatisfied. But for the Devers' words, he carefully thought about it and agreed, "Sir, you are right. The war is not over yet. We must take it seriously." The Devers laughed heartily and went forward to give Adrianx a warm hug. "I was shocked when I heard the news on the way here. Adrianx, you only used 700 people to capture Ciudad Abyssinia. What a bold and decisive move. Amazing, amazing. You and your first battalion can definitely get a star. And the people of Dionia will be happy to celebrate your victory." This was what Adrianx was happy to hear. All the grudges in his heart were gone, and he was so happy that he did not know how to respond. Chapter 3:22. Dracos chuckled. He was proud that the 2nd Legion was no longer the 1st Legion's follower. The Devers patted his shoulder and asked, "Where is the hero who crossed the Krati River?" "He was injured while crossing the river. He is receiving treatment from the doctors in the city. He can't go out for the time being," Dracos answered. "He's injured. Is it serious?" The Devers asked with concern. "I heard from the doctors that a few of his ribs were broken on his left side. His lungs are injured and there are some external injuries. However, he will recover after some rest. Without him, we wouldn't have won today. We must take good care of him," the Devers urged. "Don't worry, sir. We will take good care of him." The Devers nodded. He was about to say something when he saw a large group of people walking in their direction. He immediately smiled and strode toward the oldest man from Abyssinia. "Are you Chief Bagalipi?" Bagalipi hurriedly bowed and was ready to salute Brudi. "Chief Bagalipi of the Purga tribe of Abyssinia greets Sir Consul Devers." The Devers quickly stopped him and said passionately, "Thank you. Without your help, Abyssinia would not have recovered its peace so quickly. The people of Dionia and Abyssinia should thank you. Because of your decisiveness and selflessness, they will not have another family member die in vain." The words of the Devers made the white-haired old man emotional. Many people in Abyssinia had called him a traitor these few days. One could imagine the grievance he felt. At this moment, the young man in front of him gave him the feeling that it was hard to meet a bosom friend. "Because of your achievements, I've proposed that the Senate of Dionia hold an emergency meeting. Through a majority vote, you'll become a member of the Senate of Dionia, just like Vespa and Hemon of Lucania. You'll become a respected elder of the entire alliance of Dionia. I wonder if you're willing to accept this?" After listening to Devers' words, the steady Bagalipi showed a shocked expression, but soon he answered without hesitation, as if he was afraid that Devers would go back on their words, because this was what he hoped for. "I do. Thank you, Senate, for your trust in me." Devers held his arms and laughed. "That's great. From now on, we are a family." Dracos, Adrianx, and the others congratulated Bagalipi. Bagalipi showed a rare smile. At this moment, he heard coughing behind him. Only then did he remember that he had overlooked something. He quickly turned around and said, "Sir Devers, let me introduce you. This is Leader Brim of Abyssinia." Before he finished speaking, Devers had already rushed to salute him. On the way, he had already learned about the situation of several leading figures of Abyssinia in detail. At this moment, he said enthusiastically, "It was with your help that Dracos and the others were able to defend the fortress." Similarly, the Senate of Dionia, in order to thank you for what you've done, invites you to join the Senate. After listening to Bagalipi's translation, Brim was a little stunned. Previously, when he saw Kazintz's army retreating from the fortress, he knew that Abyssinia would no longer belong to Brudi. However, he still found it a little hard to accept that it would suddenly belong to an alliance dominated by the Greeks. "Say something, are you happy?" Bagalipi gave him a look and pushed him. I'm very happy," Brim mumbled softly. Divers did not take it to heart. He laughed and said, "Elder Brim, rest well. We still need your help in the upcoming battle." Just as Brim responded, Krelu squeezed forward. Before he could speak, Devers looked at him and said loudly, "I know you, Krelu, the hero of Abyssinia. If it weren't for you, how could the warriors of Abyssinia return home so smoothly?" After listening to Bagalipi's translation, Krelu did not expect that the consul of Dionia, whom he had never met before, not only recognized him, but also knew about his deeds. He was both excited and proud. "Originally, I have proposed to the Senate to let you enter the Senate. However, you are too young and have never managed a tribe before. The senators of the Senate believe that you should first be appointed as an official of Dionia affairs. After you have accumulated a certain amount of administrative experience, the senators of the Senate will open the door for you." Devers explained to him that he did make a proposal to the Senate, but it was just for show. He did not want to let this young man enter the Senate now. That would only lower the quality of the senators in the Senate, and it would also make people feel that the threshold of the Senate was too low. Previously, senators such as Amintez, Alpwinshi, and Leds were not of high quality. However, that was the initial stage, and Devers needed a lot of support. The situation was different now. Krelu was a little disappointed. However, as an ordinary tribesman of the Nikaru tribe of Abyssinia not long ago, he had become the leader of a tribe in the blink of an eye. He could not expect too much, so he said modestly, "Compared to the two leaders, Bagalipi and Broom, I still know too little. I will do my best to help my tribesmen adapt to our new home, Dionia." Devers nodded. Although this leader was young, he was steady and knew his limits. Devers was satisfied with his position. Before entering the city, the Devers went to the small riverbank. Amidst the roar of the Krati River, Devers listened to Dracos narrate the process of the ambush on Ciudad Abyssinia. Although he was the one who came up with the plan, he could still feel the thrill of that night as he watched the raging river. He could not help but say emotionally, "I don't think there's any problem with Sikorian wishing to leave his name on the Hall of Valhalla. It is his bravery and fearlessness, and that of another brave man, that have allowed us to stand on this beach. I hope that their deeds will inspire the citizens of Dionia to be brave enough to contribute to the Alliance, and the Alliance will always remember those who have contributed." "Sir, you are right." Dracos felt the same way. Most of the people of Abyssinia who followed the Devers to the riverbank only then knew the reason for the fall of the town. Some of them even thought that if they had built 1 or 2 watchtowers at the riverbank, today's events would not have happened at this moment. The Devers turned around and said to Bagalipi and the rest, "Turii and Abyssinia are actually not that far apart, but the river separates Turii and Abyssinia from each other. It also makes life difficult for the people of Abyssinia. Therefore, when the war is over, not only will we build a cable bridge here, we will also build a real bridge so that Ciudad Abyssinia will no longer be a poor and remote place, but a place where merchants gather and pedestrians must pass through. Ciudad Abyssinia will definitely prosper, because from Turii to Kazinsa Highlands, Abyssinia is the shortest route." The Devers' words made Bagalipi and the other people of Abyssinia who could understand Greek excited. Back at the city gate, he refused to let the army enter the city. Instead, he asked the newly arrived 1st Legion, the Allied Army, and the Legion Reserve Army to expand and settle in the defensive camp in the east. However, the tens of thousands of heavily armed soldiers circling in front of the city gate still made the people of Abyssinia afraid. After entering the council hall of Ciudad Abyssinia, the Devers did not waste a second to discuss the ownership of Abyssinia with the 3 Abyssinia leaders and a few tribal nobles. After half a day of discussion, they finally reached an agreement. 1. After Abyssinia was merged into the Union of Dionia, the Senate would appoint a governor to manage the administration of Ciudad Abyssinia. 2. The tribes would still have jurisdiction over their people and land. The tribal leaders would exercise the right of management, and the city governor would not interfere. 3. The land tax must be paid by the leaders on time, and military training must be attended regularly. 4. Given that Abyssinia was the first town in the Brutto area to be merged into Dionia, the tribes could apply to the Senate to change the fertile tribal territory. 5. The people of Abyssinia enjoyed the same rights and obligations as the people of Lucania. At the same time, when they voluntarily asked to leave the tribe and live independently, the tribal leaders could not stop them. After the agreement was reached, Bagalipi hesitated and said, "Master Devers, I have a small request. Please speak." The Devers replied politely. As the lifetime governor of the most powerful city-state union in southern Italy, you have too few guards. Like our broody leaders, which one of them did not have 200 to 300 or even 1,000 guard around them. Therefore, I hope that my nephew Rodham can become your bodyguard and protect your safety. At the same time, he can also learn how to be a qualified citizen of Dionia under your guidance. Rodham? The Devers remembered the energetic young man in the welcoming team. He was about to respond when the others in the hall realized the benefits of Bagalipi's proposal and shouted, "Master Devers, my son also wants to be your guard, and my 2 sons. There are 5 in our tribe." The reason why the people in the hall were so enthusiastic was because of the tradition of Abyssinia. When Nikaru was tyrannical, almost every family had sent their children to be his guards. Now that they were conquered, it was inevitable that they would feel a sense of gain and loss. If they could have a closer relationship with the highest authority in Dionia, they would be happy to add more security to their families and tribes. Chapter 3:23. As a warrior who shared the same fame as Marcius, Marcius was content with his lot. He did not have much ambition and was loyal to his duty. Therefore, the Devers had always trusted him. Although the Praetorian guards were full, they were still responsible for guarding important places such as the Senate, the Temple of Hades, and the arena. The vacancies could be filled by the young people recommended by the leaders and tribal nobles in the hall. In order to integrate the people of Abyssinia into the Dionia alliance as soon as possible, the young elites of Abyssinia should be allowed to join the government of the Dionia alliance. They should understand the system of Dionia as soon as possible, learn the culture of Dionia, and get used to the life of Dionia. Then, like Bagalipi said, they should be assimilated into the people of Dionia and return to influence the people of Abyssinia. He needed to go back and discuss this matter with the Senate. However, he could agree to it for now and join the Praetorian Guards as volunteers of Abyssinia. After the Devers made up their minds, they immediately agreed to it. Soon, Ciudad Abyssinia gathered a guard of more than 60 people. The Devers appointed Rodham as the captain of the guard and announced that they would be responsible for keeping watch for him tonight. As soon as the order was issued, it was strongly opposed by Dracos, Capys, and the others. However, the Devers insisted and declared, "Now that Abyssinia is the Abyssinia of Dionia, the warriors of Abyssinia are also the soldiers of Dionia. What commander doesn't trust his soldiers?" In the end, the Devers, Dracos, and Capys reached an agreement. Marcius would lead the guards to guard outside the courtyard, while the warriors of Abyssinia would guard inside. When Rodham and the others received the news, they were greatly moved and swore not to let the Devers, who trusted them, be frightened. The people of Abyssinia, who were originally anxious, were relieved by this action of the Devers. Other than the high-ranking generals of the Legion, the ones who were most afraid of accidents were the Bagalipi leaders and the tribal nobles. If something happened to the Devers, the 2,000 Ionia soldiers in the city and the 10,000 soldiers outside the city would burn Ciudad Abyssinia to ashes. Therefore, they repeatedly reminded the tribesmen who were in charge of guarding the city tonight. The night passed peacefully. The next day, the Devers, who had a good night's sleep, and Capys, Dracos, the 3 leaders of Abyssinia, as well as the generals of Heraclea and Castellan's allies, discussed the matter of marching to the Cosenza Highlands. Sensing waited for the reinforcements to quickly defeat the Hellenes and return. In fact, he didn't have to wait too long before he saw Nynath fleeing back with hundreds of wounded soldiers. "What did you say? You were ambushed by the Dionia?" Sensing looked incredulous. How could there be Dionia's army outside the city of Picassus? Gramentum has always been under my surveillance. They didn't send a single troop. Nynath shook his head and said weakly, "Hellenes. I'm afraid they came from Hellenes. I saw it very clearly. Although they were all wearing Greek armor, most of their stature and hair color, even their roars were Lacanian." After his son's reminder, Sensing's train of thought suddenly opened. You mean they came from Nudum? Why didn't our spies find them? On the way back, Ninath had already thought about the matter clearly. He coughed and said anxiously, they should have boarded the ship from Laos. Maybe they didn't go along the coast, cough, cough. Instead, they took a detour. Our warships can't fight against the warships of Laos and Alines. We can only cruise around the port, cough. It's good that we didn't get blocked. They have about 3,000 or 4,000 people. Father, what should we do now? Go back. We must return to Picassus immediately. Sensing already had a bad feeling. Can your body hold up? Ninath nodded. Cough. What about those tribes? Let them come with us. We need more warriors now. If any tribe refuses to go with us. Sensing's face showed a sinister expression as he said coldly, we will do what we did in the Grimentum. As soon as he finished speaking, a spy hurried in. Report, great leader. A Dionysian army has appeared to the north of us. There are about 4,000 people. Report, the tribes in the south have gathered about 5,000 warriors and are coming towards our camp. Report, great leader. The Grimentum's army has left the city. It has been confirmed that their general is Bagul. Bad news came one after another, causing Sensing to break out in a cold sweat. His whole body was soaked. When he heard the news, he was shocked. You said that Bagul is not injured. It seems so, great leader. Sensing was dumbfounded. After a while, he murmured, a conspiracy. This is a conspiracy planned by the Dionia. He suddenly remembered something and said hurriedly, quick, call the leaders of Lud and Burina. If they don't want to come, we have to force them to come. As soon as the guard went out, one of the leaders of Picassus stumbled in. Great leader, this is bad. Lud and Burina are leading a riot. Sensing was so anxious that he spat a mouthful of blood on the ground. Dionia attacked the Picassus camp from the north, east, and south. The camp was in chaos and could not organize an effective defense, so it was easily breached. Ninath died in battle. Sensing took a few of his tribesmen and fled to the mountains in the west. Most of the others surrendered. Commander Hieronymus, what should we do with so many captives? Bagul asked his superior. According to the orders of Master Devers, all of them will be demoted to slaves of the city and brought back to Turii as laborers for mining, repairing roads, and building temples. Hieronymus said to himself, not noticing the expression on Bagul's face. Also, take out 1,000 Picassus captives and follow us to attack Picassus city to force the tribes in the city to surrender. Then he ordered, Bagul, continue to guard Grimentum city. At the same time, do not let down your surveillance of Potentia in the north. If there is any abnormality, immediately send a messenger to inform me. Yes, Agasia, supervise the soldiers to speed up the cleaning of the battlefield. Otherwise, we won't be able to rest at night. Don't worry, Commander. I'll keep my eyes open like a shepherd watching over a flock of sheep. Whoever dares to slack off, I'll spank his butt. Agasia laughed. Legio III carefully carried out the plan proposed by the Devers and perfected together to lure the enemy. Finally, there was a relatively perfect result. After Hieronymus finished assigning the tasks, he showed a rare relaxed smile. Big brother, Assis called out to Bagul, who was walking back with his head lowered. Master Devers once said, don't be too kind to the enemy who surrenders. If you are too kind, the enemy will forget the mistakes they have made and make the same mistake again. So, sometimes we also have to raise the wooden stick high and let the enemy remember the lesson with fear. Master called it the bread and stick method. Assis looked at Bagul, who was deep in thought, and said with a serious expression, our bill to appease the tribes in the north is good enough. Not only did we give them land, but we also selflessly allocated some cattle and sheep. But when we encountered danger, they did not stand with us to tide over the difficulties. Instead, they turned to the enemy and wanted to destroy us and divide more of our land. This time, they were severely punished. I believe it will shock all the Lucania tribes in this land. When they make decisions related to us, they will think carefully. Should they choose to accept the bread or choose to accept the stick? Bagul looked at the busy soldiers on the battlefield. They dismantled the enemy's camp, picked up the supplies on the ground, grabbed the abandoned weapons, and removed the armor from the corpses. They placed them on a fully loaded pack car, then lifted the enemy's corpses and threw them into the burning pile of corpses. The mountain wind blew, and ashes floated everywhere in the air. Bagul sighed and said, "I hope that after this battle, Lucania Municipality can truly restore peace." Bagul spat out the depression in his heart. He slapped Assis on the shoulder and said loudly, "No matter what, we have finally solved the problem of sensing. We have to celebrate. Tonight, I will be a guest at your house. I have not tasted the lamb roasted by my sister for a long time. Let's not go home until we are drunk." A month later, the people of Sensing who had escaped into the mountains were tired of hiding from the Dionia soldiers all day long. At the same time, they had to endure the hardships of life in the mountains and the increasingly crazy insults and scoldings of Sensing. Finally, they could not help but kill Sensing while he was asleep. They went down the mountains and surrendered to the city of Gramentum. This was a story for another time. When Pinlin led the army back to Kazensa, the rioting tribes had long fled. In the following time, he led Petaru and Feroturu to appease the people in the city and meet with the leaders of the other tribes in the city. Just as he was busy, Kinapisha's messenger arrived at Kazensa. Chapter 3:24. In the exaggerated description of the messenger, one of the siege weapons could throw a round stone the size of a jar hundreds of meters away and accurately hit the city wall. The powerful impact could cause damage to the city wall, and after a long period of time, the city wall might even collapse. The other weapon was like a mobile sentry tower. It was built higher than the city wall, and the archers at the top of the tower could easily attack the defenders on the city wall. Once it got close to the city wall and lowered the drawbridge, the enemy could easily rush up to the top of the city wall. The combination of these two siege weapons was a nightmare for any city, but they were both owned by Dionia. Pinlin was not only worried about Kinapisha, he was more worried about Kazensa. In his original plan, in the worst-case scenario, he could retreat to Kazensa and use the strong city wall to resist the attack of Dionia until the enemy ran out of food and retreated. However, the messenger's description had shaken his decision. He did not want to be trapped in the city and be bombarded by dozens of siege weapons by Dionia. Therefore, Kinapisha must be defended. Otherwise, if Dionia captured it, Kazensa would be attacked from both sides. But at this moment, the natural moat had been lost, and Dionia had a great advantage in strength. The Briti alliance was in a difficult situation. It was too passive to rely on defense alone, and the possibility of failure was too high. Therefore, Pinlin was more inclined to take the risk and attack. As long as he could defeat the main force of Dionia, all the difficulties would be solved. He looked at Abyssinia, which had already surrendered because it was the closest to the center of Dionia, Turii. Dionia's main force would definitely attack from here. After thinking about it repeatedly, he finally made the final decision. Send 2,000 reinforcements to Kinapisha, and at the same time persuade Bergam to return to Ambalia. He also sent a messenger to Vig, hoping that the two elders of the alliance, Bergam and Sidorum, could bring as many warriors as possible to support the battle between the Briti alliance and Dionia. The Devers stayed in Abyssinia for another 2 days in order to wait for the supplies to arrive and meet the needs of the battle. Although Abyssinia was very close to Turii, transportation was rather difficult due to the limited road conditions. The Devers learned their lesson and ordered the soldiers to carry 5 days' worth of rations each. On the morning of the 3rd day, Devers led the 1st Army Corps, the 2nd Army Corps, the Mountain Reconnaissance Brigade, the Cavalry Brigade, the Heraclea Army Corps, the Castellan Army Corps, the Abyssinia Army Corps, the Army Reserve Corps, and 2,000 freedmen. Other than a small portion of the Army Reserve Corps stationed in Ciudad Abyssinia, there were about 24,000 people, including those who were sent to fight in Kazensa. They lined up in a long line and marched westward along the mountain path. When Pinlin received the report from the cavalry, it was already close to noon. The Dionia army had entered the Kazensa highlands, and they had seen the eye-catching flag of the Dionia consul. This news made Pinlin restless, and he immediately called for an emergency meeting. Other than Petaru, Bergam, and Sidorum, who had just arrived last night. Pandru was still struggling to resist the enemy's attack in Nepetia, and Nikaru had died in battle. Only 5 of the 7 elders' council members were present, which inevitably made the people in the hall feel sad. I think the Dionia army will set up camp in this area when they arrive at Kazinsa in the afternoon. Penland's finger drew a circle about 6 miles east of Kazinsa's icon on the map, and he said excitedly, "With Amara's blessing, we should take advantage of the discomfort they will feel after entering Kazinsa, and take the initiative to attack while they are setting up camp, forcing them to fight." Sidorum understood what Penland meant by discomfort. The area where Kazinsa was located was high, so it was not a problem for outsiders to move normally. However, if they were to exercise strenuously for a long time, they would easily feel tired and have difficulty breathing. On the other hand, the Brudi warriors, especially the people of Kazinsa, had adapted to this environment since they were young, and they would not have any abnormal movements. Moreover, he already knew the situation in Nepetia, so he did not have much hope of defending the city to the death. He and Bergam looked at each other solemnly, and finally agreed. So they went back to gather their teams and nervously waited for the arrival of the Dionia army. However, only half an hour later, Penland urgently sent someone to summon them again. "Elders, I have just received news that the Dionia army has stopped advancing near Punate River and has begun to set up camp," Penland said anxiously. Punate River. Sidorum and Bergam hurriedly looked at the map placed in the middle of the hall. Punate River was more like a stream than a river, and it eventually merged into the upper reaches of Krati River. The area it flowed through was relatively flat, and the key point was that it was almost in the middle of Abyssinia and Kazinsa. "We are so far away from Kazinsa, and it's still so early. Are we going to rest already?" Bergam muttered to himself in confusion. "Those traitors of Abyssinia. God Amara will punish them." Feradaru said angrily. Sidorum understood the reason for the high priest's anger. In his memory, the terrain near Punate River was not as high, and the impact on people was not as obvious. He hurriedly looked at Penland and asked, "What are you going to do, great leader?" Penland cursed along with the high priest. He also believed that the Dionia army must have leaked the secret to Abyssinia, which ruined his plan. He thought for a moment, then looked at the crowd and said with a serious expression, "Now, Kinapisha is being attacked by the enemy every day, and the Dionia army may break through at any time. As for us, should we let the enemy advance slowly and gradually adapt to the weather and environment here, or should we make up our minds and focus on attacking them? It's up to you." Sidorum and Bergam looked at each other again, and their eyes gradually flashed with determination. "Do we still have a choice? God Amara will protect the descendants of Brutus." Feradaru loudly chanted. The Devers chose to set up camp near Punate River out of caution. When Bagalipi reminded him that outsiders who entered the Kazinsa area would experience some discomfort, a word immediately appeared in his mind: altitude sickness. The higher the altitude, the thinner the air, and the lower the oxygen content. People would become tired because of the lack of oxygen. Of course, compared to Tibet in the Far East, the altitude of the Kazinsa Plateau was nothing, but in an intense battle, it could very well become a decisive factor. Now that the Devers had the upper hand, there was no need to take risks. They only needed to steadily advance towards Kazinsa, let the soldiers gradually adapt to the altitude sickness here, and familiarize themselves with the geographical environment here. At the same time, they would gradually put pressure on Kazinsa so that it would not dare to send reinforcements to Kinapisha. Although he could not grasp the battlefield situation in Kinapisha in time, out of trust in Helos and Legio, for who had 2 types of siege weapons, he believed that in Kinapisha, the 4th Legion would have the absolute advantage. Once Kinapisha was breached, the Dionysian army would advance from the east and west. Not only would it increase their advantage, but it would also intimidate the entire Brutus region, which might directly lead to the disintegration of the Brudi alliance. They might not even need to fight to make the Brudi surrender. Although the idea was beautiful, the Devers did not let down their guard. According to the Dionia military law, he did not let all the soldiers participate in the construction of the camp. Instead, he only let the soldiers of the 1st Legion and the Reserve Legion start working first, with the freedmen assisting. The 2nd Legion and its allies, as well as the warriors of Abyssinia, were responsible for guarding the camp. Why are we the first to build a camp this time? We are the 1st Legion of Dionia. Hetbarus stared at the soldiers of the 2nd Legion who were sitting and resting in front of him. He complained while digging the soil. Maybe it's because the 2nd Legion just finished the battle with the Broody Alliance the day before yesterday, and the commander gave them a reward. Pershil's guest. Leotychides listened to the conversation of his teammates, and his thoughts ran wild. Although the Sparta people also paid more attention to the camp, it was not as important as Dionia to the extent that he thought it was paranoid. When the troops arrived at an important place, the first thing they would think about was how to build an extremely sturdy camp. There were even engineers to measure and check, and if they did not pass, they would be punished. Even though he had practiced many times in the new recruit training camp, and he had put into practice in Tyrannum, he still felt a little uncomfortable. If we, the 1st Legion, were to attack Abyssinia instead of the 2nd Legion, we would have done a better job. It's all because the commander is unfair. He gave this crucial task to the 2nd Legion, while we, the 1st Legion, are either climbing mountains or marching. I don't know how much we've walked these days, but the soles of my feet are blistered. Hetbarus vented his frustration, and then someone slapped him on the head. Hetbarus, stop talking nonsense and work hard. If we lose to Oliver's team because of you, Captain Martones will not let you off easily. Captain Sitarsis scolded. When Martones was mentioned, Hetbarus did not dare to say anything else. Chapter 3:25. However, the captain was strict with his soldiers on 2 things. Firstly, during a battle, the soldiers were only allowed to advance and not retreat. Otherwise, he would kick the cowardly soldiers out of the battalion. Secondly, they were not allowed to lose to Oliver's 6th Battalion in any matter. This kind of battle spirit was a little funny, but in the army of Dionia, it was not uncommon to see such competition between companies, battalions, and legions. Moreover, the generals of all levels did not forbid such competition. Instead, they strongly encouraged it. Tug-of-war, rugby, soccer. These popular sports and competitions in the barracks were all team battles between teams, squads, and squads. It was a fierce competition for victory. Leotychides felt that it was precisely because the generals of all levels valued victory that these Dionia militia, who used to be farmers, fishermen, merchants, and so on, quickly developed a sense of honor for their units. That was why they fought bravely in battle. Prososis, I heard that the Lagos and Sparta are enemies. Have you fought with the Sparta before? Hetbarus was a chatterbox. After a moment of silence, he started talking again. After the incident on the ship and the fierce battle with the Pachetti, his friendship with his teammates, especially with Hetbarus, had become quite friendly. When Leotychides heard this, to hide the unnatural expression on his face, he did not raise his head. Instead, he bent down and continued to dig. He said softly, "Yes, I have fought." Hetbarus' interest was piqued. He leaned closer and asked, "Do you think the Sparta are stronger, or we are?" Leotychides did not expect him to ask this question. He was stunned. The other teammates seemed to be interested as well. They all gathered around, but Captain Sitarsis did not reprimand them. In fact, Hetbarus asked the right person. Leotychides was indeed the best person to answer this question. He was a Sparta, and he had been in the Dionysian army for half a year. He had even participated in a battle, so he had a good understanding of the military situation between the two forces. Faced with the curious gazes of his comrades, Leotychides found it hard to refuse them. However, he did not know what to say at the moment. He put down the pickaxe and patted the dirt on his hands. After pondering for a while, he finally said, "Spartans receive cruel Agog combat training from the age of 6. Other than learning how to read for a short period of time, they've been living in the barracks until they reach adulthood. The right of adulthood is to kill any black rogues that they encounter alone." "Oh, that's too cruel," one of his teammates shouted. Leotychides was unmoved. He continued, "After they reach adulthood, the Sparta do nothing but fight and fight until they die. That's why the Sparta are the best warriors in the world. They are familiar with every detail of battle. Killing the enemy is as easy as drinking water for them. At this point, his pride as a Sparta appeared again. Some of his teammates hissed in dissatisfaction. Prososis, how can you praise the Sparta like that? Are you really a Lagos? Someone complained. Leotychides was shocked. He had been getting along well with his teammates recently, so he had slightly let his guard down. He quickly said, however, the Sparta warriors are too few. The number of their young citizens is only slightly more than half of a legion of Dionia. Even if we include the Pythias, there are only more than 10,000 of them. The soldiers of Dionia are the best among all the city-states that I know of that don't fight for a living. Also, your military system is very unique and well-developed. I personally think that some of the systems are even better than those of Sparta. Most importantly, Dionia has a lot of soldiers. After defeating the Bruti, I'm afraid that the number of soldiers will continue to increase. I understand what you mean, Prososis. We can't defeat the Sparta warriors in a one-on-one fight, but in a real battle, the Sparta warriors can't defeat us because they have too few people, right? Hepirus interrupted. The Legion of Dionysia has always emphasized teamwork and teamwork. No matter how strong a Sparta warrior is, he can't defeat 4 to 5 soldiers of the Legion of Dionysia who work closely together. Pershals continued. That's right. It's like a running back in a football game. No matter how good he is, he can't score without the help of his teammates. Another teammate shouted. Leotychides knew him. He was a citizen candidate of Dionia. He had violated the rules many times in the boot camp and was punished. During the battle against the Pacheti, one of the soldiers in Leotychides' team was seriously injured. That was why he was added to the team. However, he was now a qualified soldier of the Legion. This was the terrifying thing about the military system of Dionia. It could train the undisciplined Greeks into qualified soldiers in a short period of time through various methods, such as training, sports, and competitions. The Sparta, who established their country on the basis of military force, had discovered a truth in their long campaigns. The strength of an individual was only secondary to the strength of a city-state's army. What was important was strict discipline, unconditional obedience, and persistent training. Most Greek city-states could neither understand nor implement this, but the newly established Ionia required this from the very beginning. It was said that this was the work of the Archon Devers who had been blessed by the gods. It seemed that compared to Dionia and Sparta, the truly terrifying one was this young man. Leotychides did not want his teammates to think that Sparta was weak, so he reminded them, Sparta may have few soldiers, but Sparta rarely fights alone. Don't forget, it's the leader of the Peloponnesus alliance, and now it's the Overlord of Greece. Countless soldiers from his alliance fight for it. Most of the generals in Sparta are qualified commanders. Hey, I'm just comparing Sparta to our Dionia. If we're talking about allies, we have allies in Dionysia as well. Laos, Castron, Hypebaris said unhappily. And Heraclea, Southern Alliance, Crotone, Silatina, Trine, and Carna. Leotychides felt a little emotional. Many city-states in the eastern Mediterranean would turn pale at the mention of Sparta. Even big states like Athens and Corinth were afraid of Sparta soldiers. However, these Dionia soldiers were fearlessly discussing who was stronger between Dionia and Sparta. It was not that they were ignorant, but their repeated victories had given them confidence. Their shouts finally caught the attention of Parmenius, who was not far away. He was furious. Why are you gossiping instead of digging the trenches? Aren't you afraid of military law? His teammates quickly dispersed and went about their own business. Squad leader Sitarsis came over and said in a low voice, Prososis, you're right. But next time, remember to change the you to we. When Leotychides heard this, he could not help but feel embarrassed. Deep down, he had not truly integrated into Dionia and saw himself as a citizen of Dionia. While the soldiers of the First Legion were busy, the Devers were talking to Triphias, the commander of the allied forces in Heraclea. You want to invite our engineers to Heraclea to build bridges? Yes, Sir Devers. I've heard in Heraclea that Dionia's bridge building skills are very good. This time, I brought my troops here and passed through the 2 wooden bridges in Turii and gained a deeper understanding. I'm sure you know that there are many rivers in Heracleia's territory. The main city of Heraclea is built on a delta surrounded by the Agri River and its tributaries. The rainy season in March and April every year is the most difficult season for us people in Heraclea. Tryphias sighed and said helplessly, "When the river rises, the pontoon bridges are often washed away. We even have to sail out to sea every day and dock at the shore before we can rush to our farms. So, we urgently need a few real, sturdy bridges, just like the wooden bridges on the Claudia River." After listening to Tryphias's request, the Devers gladly promised, "Heraclea is an ally of Dionia. We're happy to provide such help. I heard that young Heraclea is a master of building bridges, but he also serves as a public official in Dionia's road management. We, Heraclea, are willing to donate 50 tons of wheat to Dionia to thank young Heraclea and his team for providing us with help in their spare time," Tryphias said sincerely. The Devers did not decline. Dionia was currently short of food, and Tryphias's offer was a timely help. This made the Devers look at him in a higher light. Although Heraclea had a dense water network and fertile land, 50 tons of wheat was by no means a small amount. This gift from Heraclea was definitely not just a reward for building the bridge, but also an expression of Heraclea's attitude. The Devers engraved this in their hearts. With this agreement, the conversation between the Devers and Tryphias became more intimate and casual. The Devers even happily said that he did not expect the Cosenza region to have such a good pasture that could be used to breed warhorses. Just as the two of them were chatting happily, the messenger, Tormid, rushed over with a nervous look on his face. "Commander," Leds urgently reported, "British troops are marching here." "How many are there?" the Devers immediately asked. "According to the judgment of the scouts, there may be 20,000 of them." Chapter 3:26. The Devers did not intend to fight with the British alliance at this time, so they chose to camp here. At the same time, he thought that the British alliance would be more cautious after the failure of the siege the day before. They would have been more cautious and abandoned their geographical advantage. The possibility of them marching dozens of miles to challenge them was not high, but they did not expect the enemy to really come. Since they were here, let's fight. Both sides had equal strength. Although half of the soldiers in the Dionysian army might be a little tired from building the camp, this was not a reason to avoid the battle. The enemy came out in full force. The Devers suddenly stood up and asked, "How is the construction of the camp going?" "The trench has been dug, and we are building the earth barricade," Tormid replied, and then asked, "Do we need to let the soldiers retreat behind the trench?" The Devers waved his hand, indicating that he refused. The Legion of Dionysia had always focused on offense. Although the trench could increase the difficulty of the enemy's attack, it also limited their ability to attack, so the morale of the soldiers could not be fully exerted. He would not do this unless it was a special situation. Blow the horn to gather, then call the two commanders, Capys and Dracos, as well as the cavalry captain, Leds. By the way, call Epicthenus and Xpit too, the Devers ordered. Yes. Tormid quickly rushed to pass the order. "We're going to fight with the British alliance here." Tryphias was a little nervous. "Yes, it seems that the end of the war with the British alliance is coming forward." The Devers smiled confidently. Tryphias was infected by his smile and relaxed. He gave a Greek military salute. "Then please allow me to gather my soldiers first." Penlin led the army toward the Ponate River. After crossing a high slope, there was a wide and flat grassland below. On the grassland, countless Greeks were gathering and forming a formation. From above, it looked like a pile of ants that had their nest dug out. It was a messy scene, and he could not help but look down on it. "Stop advancing and get into formation," he immediately ordered. Though the formation of the Greeks had not yet taken shape, he was able to get a general idea of it from his position on the high slope. To the right of the Dionia was the confluence of the Ponate and the Crati, and to the left was a flat grassland without any terrain obstacles. Behind them was a mess of pits dug by the Dionia. After watching for a while, He made a decision in his heart, because it was difficult to move on the riverside, and there was little room for attack and maneuver. He placed the 5,000 tribal warriors forcibly recruited from various tribes on the left wing, the 5,000 warriors from Ambalia and Whig City in the middle, and the 12,000 warriors from Kazinsa on the right. Obviously, he wanted to use the Kazinsa warriors, who were the most numerous and had the strongest combat power, to secure victory on the right flank. Pienland's original idea was to take advantage of the enemy's confusion to quickly form a formation and attack. However, for an army of more than 20,000 people from different tribes to get into formation in a short period of time, it required a complete command system, long-term military training, and very disciplined soldiers. The Prussians did not meet these requirements, so the entire army slowly got into formation amidst the blowing of horns, the beating of drums, the shouting of men, the neighing of horses, the pushing and shoving of each other, and the chaos of the entire army. Pienland was originally quite leisurely observing the movements of the enemy, while waiting for his own formation to be completed. But after a while, his expression became a little ugly. That was because the Dionians, who were in a mess just a moment ago, quickly formed into small cubes. Then, the countless cubes rapidly moved to fixed positions like building blocks without interfering with each other. Soon, the Dionia formation began to take shape. It was a formation that Pienland had never seen before. The small cubes were not close together, but there were a lot of gaps. Looking down from above, it looked like pieces of green and white wool blankets because the linen breastplate was white. Although Pienland did not know how powerful such a strange formation was, the speed at which the Dionia people formed their formation still made him feel uneasy. He shouted to Petteru next to him, "Go and urge Bergam to move faster." The initial chaos that Pienland saw in the Dionia formation was the moment when the soldiers of the 1st Legion hurriedly crawled out of the bustling camp, put on their armors, and returned to their own units. Now that the formation had begun to form, the slightly nervous mood of the Devers had also calmed down. "Sir Commander, our right flank is still in formation. It hasn't spread out yet." Tormid rushed to report anxiously. "Don't worry. The right flank has the Allies and the Legion's reserves. The source of the soldiers is the most mixed." The Devers rode on their horses and looked to the left. It was the end of autumn. It had not rained for more than 10 days. The land was dry. The movement of tens of thousands of soldiers had long stirred up dust. It was impossible to see the situation on the right flank. The Devers said with a rather leisurely expression, "Triphias is not in a hurry to get into formation, but reorganizing the troops first, which makes me feel relieved." He pointed to the front. "Look, Britti's men are not moving on the grassy slope. I guess they're also in formation. It just gives us time to let the soldiers of the 1st Legion rest and recover a little strength." Tormid fixed his eyes on the front 500 meters away. It was also covered in dust. "Go and inform Leds." The Devers ordered again. "Let him send 7 or 8 cavalry units to harass the enemy's left, middle, and right flank, delay the speed of their formation, and at the same time observe their response. Come back and report to me." "Yes." "Wait a minute. Tell Leds I said to harass, not to fight. If the enemy cavalry catches up, immediately retreat. Don't let the cavalry be injured." The Devers reminded again. "Understood, sir. Boys, follow closely. Uncle, we can run faster than you even without horses. Brat, are you itching for a beating? You'll see when we get back." "Captain, you should have done this a long time ago." The cavalry unit led by Sarikos had already crossed the entire battlefield in a burst of laughter and reached the Punit River. "Stop." Sarikos placed his spear horizontally, and the entire unit stopped moving forward. "Dismount." "Why, Captain? We are not in front of the enemy's formation yet." The cavalry shouted. "Obey the order." Sarikos roared. Although the cavalry was unwilling, they had to obey the military rules, but they shouted unhappily, "Captain, the other units have already thrown their javelins at the enemy. Do you want us to be deserters?" "Shut up." Our unit was ordered to harass the enemy's left flank, so we ran the longest distance. The horses are also a little tired, so let them rest for a while so that they can better complete their mission. I brought you out. so I'll bring you back smoothly. All right, Captain, we will listen to you. But how long do we have to wait? Wait for my order. The cavaliers could only pat their agitated war horses lightly while observing the dusty battlefield in front of them. They watched as their comrades in the distance charged into the dust and retreated from time to time. The screams and cries of pain reached their ears, and it made their hearts itch. Time passed really slowly. Just when they were getting impatient, Sarikos shouted, "Get on the horses!" Like rain after a long drought, they were instantly energized. The 50 war horses began to trot, gradually forming a wedge as they moved forward. Sarikos was at the forefront, and he raised his spear and waved it forward twice. Speed up. There was a 30-meter height grassy slope in front of them. Although it was not steep, they had to prevent the cavalry from slowing down when going up the slope and being attacked by the enemy. The war horses' forehooves moved quickly, and the cavalry held the horses' necks tightly and leaned forward to speed up the war horses' speed. Sarikos was the first to jump up the grassy slope. A few dozen meters away, there was a dense crowd of broody people stretching out from the bank of Ponate River. 1 row, 2 rows, 3 rows. It was difficult to count how thick their phalanx was in a hurry. Sarikos felt like he was standing in front of the enemy, like an ant standing in front of an elephant. There was a huge, invisible pressure on his chest, making it hard for him to breathe. He took a deep breath, took out a short javelin, and squeezed his legs on the horse's belly, and the war horse accelerated again. The cavalry followed closely behind. 50 meters, 40 meters, 30 meters. The hooves of the horses landed on the dry and cracked soil, like drumsticks hitting the surface of a drum. Da-da-da-da. The sound, coupled with the cavalry's rapid charge, created a lot of noise, causing chaos in the broody formation that had just been set up. Just as the broody warriors were pushing each other and screaming, Sarikos threw the javelin in his hand, and then dozens of javelins plunged into the enemy's formation, and screams rang out one after another. The broody people became even more chaotic. Some retreated in panic, and some rushed forward angrily. Sarikos swung his spear to the left, and the cavalry quickly turned left when they were more than 20 meters away from the enemy's formation, galloping forward along the front of the broody formation. Everywhere they went was like a stone thrown into calm water, and the ripples would not calm down in a short time. At the same time, the enemy's panic and confusion were reflected in Sarikos' eyes. He felt that his mission had been completed and decisively ordered, "Turn left." As soon as the cavalry turned back, the broody cavalry arrived, and they chased after them. The Dionia light infantry arrived in time to provide support, and used javelins to scare away hundreds of broody cavalry. Chapter 3:27. The Devers placed the Allied forces and reserve forces on the right flank, the 1st Legion on the middle, and the 2nd Legion on the left flank. They wanted to use their strongest force to break through from the outside and finally achieve their goal of surrounding the enemy. With that in mind, the Devers said to Leds, "Thank you for your hard work, Cavalry Brigade. Let the brothers retreat to the rear and have a good rest." Leds hurriedly said, "Sir Devers, the enemy has 500 to 600 cavalry on the right flank. If we retreat to the rear, who will deal with them? They have their own people to deal with them. You cavalry have to give the enemy a fatal blow at the critical moment. Before that, let your men recover their strength and horsepower." The Devers explained, unmoved. Leds helplessly retreated. The Devers immediately asked Tormid to call Epicthenus and spit over. He said with a serious expression, "When the enemy attacks, I want you to lead the light infantry and freedmen to attack the enemy's right flank from a distance. At the same time, you have to repel the enemy's cavalry and light infantry. This is a difficult task. Can you do it? When we were in Persia, we fought with Persia's cavalry and archers many times and defeated them. Will the broody cavalry be stronger than the Persia cavalry?" Epicthenus said confidently, "The Hades will protect us," Spitz sincerely chanted. The Devers looked at the two men's determined eyes and gave them a solemn and powerful military salute. "I will wait for the news of your victory." After sending the two off, the Devers' deployment was fully in place. All that was left was to wait for the British attack. At this moment, Marcius and Bagalipi's nephew, Rodum, came over and asked for instructions. Sir, the Abyssinia leaders Brim and Krelu insist on seeing you. The Devers looked back at the two Abyssinia leaders who were blocked by the guards outside and were shouting. He immediately dismounted and strode over. Consul of Dionia, we Abyssinia strongly request to face the enemy at the front instead of hiding in the back like cowards. This is an insult to us soldiers. Brim shouted in agitation. Insult? After listening to Oedipus's translation, the Devers looked doubtfully at Tormid who had followed him. I've patiently spoken to Brim, leader, many times, but he doesn't seem willing to accept the idea of being a reserve force, Tormid hurriedly explained. After hearing that, Diver's expression immediately turned serious. He said coldly, since the Abyssinian warriors are already Dionians, you must know that Dionian soldiers must obey the orders of their superiors unconditionally. If you can't do that, then please leave with your soldiers. Let us, the real Dionia soldiers, enjoy the glory of victory alone. That's all. After that, he threw another sentence to Oedipus. Translate it as it is. He then turned around and left. Tormid followed behind, looking back from time to time. In the end, he saw Brim and Krerus leave angrily. Sir, aren't you afraid that the Abyssinia people will leave in anger by saying that? Tormid asked worriedly. The Dever smiled. The more you explain to some stubborn people, the more they will ask for more. It's better to cut off their thoughts from the start. Moreover, even if the Abyssinia people leave, it won't affect our victory. Tormid was skeptical. He secretly sent messengers to observe the movements of the Abyssinia troops. In the end, he found that after Brim went back, he led his troops obediently and waited at the back without making a fuss. He could not help but feel ashamed. After dealing with many mercenary leaders for more than 10 years, his understanding of human nature was not as good as a 20-year-old youth. Only a favored person could explain this. Due to the harassment of the Dionia cavalry, it was almost afternoon when the Brudi people finished their formation. Penland saw that the warriors were no longer as excited as they were at the beginning. They were a little anxious. He knew his people too well. The Brudi people lived in the gap between the two forces of the Greeks and the Lacanians. These warriors lived freely in the mountains and on the highlands. They were brave but timid, passionate but self-abased. The key was to inspire their fighting spirit. Therefore, he led his personal guards out on horseback and came to the front of the center of the formation. The personal guards shouted in unison to attract the attention of thousands of warriors. Then he shouted, Brudi people, my dear compatriots, for hundreds of years we have lived freely on this beautiful highland. Amara gave birth to us with her sweet body, and Brutus gave us peace. And now our peace has been broken. Our land is being invaded. Who is occupying our town? Who is killing our people? The Dionia people. Damn the Greeks! The warriors began to respond angrily. Are we going to let these evil foreigners occupy our land, destroy our temples, rape our women, turn our children into slaves, lose their freedom, and live like cattle and sheep? Penland and his personal guards shouted together. No. The warriors in front of him responded angrily. This response gradually spread throughout the formation. No. 20,000 Brudi warriors shouted in unison. Defeat the Dionia people and give us back our freedom. Penland raised a spear high. Kill them! Kill them! Thousands of warriors roared hysterically. Roar! 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 They kept poking the ground with their spears, and their fighting spirit rose sharply. Penland was affected by this, and he also felt his blood boiling. Facing the warriors who couldn't hold back anymore, he pointed his spear forward and shouted, Attack! The trumpeter behind him blew the horn, and then horns sounded everywhere in the formation at the same time. Woo! The Battle of Punit to determine the ownership of the Brudi region began. Hearing the thunderous roar on the opposite side, Tormid couldn't help but ask, Sir Devers, the Brudi people are boosting the morale. Shouldn't you also? In a boxing match, the person who has the loudest voice will not win. The winner is often the calmest player. Besides, what the soldiers need to do now is to block the enemy's attack. Yelling pointlessly will not only deplete their stamina, but it will also cause them to lose their defensive position because they are too excited, Divers said as he looked ahead. Tormod nodded in agreement. The broody people are attacking. Sound the defense bugle. Hearing the sound of the horn on the opposite side, Devers began to order, and at the same time, he quickly passed through the gaps of the small phalanx with his personal guards and came to the back of the formation. More than a dozen curved bronze horns blew a low command, and the soldiers who were sitting and resting immediately picked up their guns and shields, stood up, and moved their somewhat numb hands and feet. The teammates moved closer to each other, and the somewhat loose formation was arranged more closely to meet the upcoming battle. The small phalanx in the front of the entire formation began to quickly connect with each other, and the middle and left wing of the Legion of Dionysia quickly connected with the right wing of the coalition army. On the other hand, Epthinis and Xpit led a total of 4,000 light infantry and freedmen, and walked from the outside of the left wing to the front. They each had their own tasks. Xpit led more than 2,500 people forward for 50 meters, then stopped, and the stone throwers, archers, and a few harpooneers lined up in order, while Epthinis led nearly 1,000 light shield bearers and harpooneers to continue to the outside of the left wing, and as they walked, they became a lengthened column, almost out of the battlefield. Amidst the sound of the horn, the broody people's long front line, which stretched for nearly 8 miles, did not leave any reserve troops and slowly moved forward together. The broody people evenly distributed their light infantry in the front of the formation, and the majority of the light infantry were archers. The broody people were rich in archers because of the high mountains, dense forests, and high plateaus with many wild beasts. After the light infantry were the infantry. Most of them were spearmen with leather shields and spears. On the far right wing were 600 unarmored cavalry. Although the broody people occupied the entire plateau, they used this valuable land mainly to graze cattle and sheep to feed their large population. Although they also raised some horses, they were mainly pack horses. There were not many people who owned war horses, and they were mainly concentrated among the tribal nobles. 600 cavalry was almost the maximum number that the broody people could gather. As soon as the broody people walked down the grassy slope, their right wing was baptized by the flying stones of the Dionia stone throwers. The infantry continued to move forward slowly with their leather shields, and were still far from the Dionia formation, so they could not charge too early. However, the broody light infantry had already begun to gallop, and their responsibility was to clear the obstacles for the main force. The broody cavalry on the far right had already begun to accelerate. When the battle began, according to tradition, it was always the cavalry on the 2 flanks who fought first because they were the fastest. The previous attack by the Dionia cavalry could be said to be a slap in the face, and now they were going to fight back. The cavalrymen shook the reins and clamped their horses' bellies repeatedly, increasing the speed of their war horses. The feeling of galloping at top speed made their blood boil. They could clearly see that the enemy's cavalry was 300 meters behind the light infantry. First break up the light infantry in front, and then attack the enemy cavalry that did not move. Their chances of winning were quite high. The cavalry leader who was charging at the front was calculating in his heart, and from the corner of his eyes, he saw a lot of figures appear tens of meters away on the right, and they were running quickly towards the cavalry. The leader immediately felt uneasy, and before he could react, countless javelins flew 30 meters away and landed among the galloping cavalry. In an instant, people screamed and horses neighed. In a high-speed run, whether it was a man or a horse, once they were hit by a spear and rolled to the ground, not only would it be difficult to survive, but it would also affect the charging cavalry around them. Chapter 328. The broody cavalry slowed down, and once they stopped, they became an easy target. In the dust, the cavalrymen were terrified. Not only did they have to guard against the enemy's javelins, but they also had to be careful not to trip over their fallen comrades. Seeing that the cavalrymen behind them were in chaos, The cavalrymen who had rushed to the front had to turn back under the leadership of their leader and charge at the Dionia light infantry to save their comrades from their predicament. Epiphanes soon learned of the enemy's attack. Not only did he not evacuate the soldiers, but he led some of the light shield-bearers to meet the enemy. He knew very well that the cavalry charge was not the spears in the hands of the cavalrymen, but the running war horse. If it collided with the unprotected light infantry, it would either result in broken bones or serious injuries. In fact, a dense spear formation was the best way to stop the cavalry charge, but the light infantry did not have this condition and had no time to prepare. In the face of the aggressive Brutty cavalry, he and the battle-hardened former Thracian light shield-bearers unhurriedly put the leather ropes on the javelins. "Throw!" Epiphanes roared and threw the javelin in his hand with all his might. The javelin flew flat and straight, and in the blink of an eye, it pierced deep into the neck of the war horse in front of him. The war horse neighed miserably and immediately threw the cavalryman off its back. With this round of throwing by the light shield-bearers, the people in front of them were thrown off their feet. Instead of looking at the effect of the throwing, they quickly took out the reverse blades at their waists, raised the leather shields in their left hands, and half squatted on the ground. Aiming at the enemy cavalry that was already in front of them, they nimbly rolled to the left and right. When it was too late to dodge, they would fall to the ground and curl up into a ball, using the leather shields to protect their heads and chests from the trampling of the horse's hooves. When they saw the opportunity, they would use the curved blades of the reverse blades to cut the legs of the horses, startling the war horse and throwing the cavalrymen off. Just as the Brutty cavalry was in trouble, the troops led by Xpit had already engaged the Brutty light infantry. The crisscrossing arrows in the air were as dense as a thick dark cloud, and when they fell on both sides like a rain of arrows, they took away a lot of lives. After a few rounds, the Brutty light infantry could not hold on any longer. After all of Dionia's archers were concentrated on the left flank. The number of archers was not comparable to Brutty, who was evenly distributed among the light infantry. However, in the middle and right flank of the Dionia formation, the Brutty light infantry could rain arrows on the Dionia soldiers at will. They could even throw javelins as close as 50 meters. The soldiers of the Legion of Dionysia erected a long shield wall, using thick copper shields and iron helmets to block the enemy's long-range attacks. On the other hand, the team officers were shouting, "Hold on, steady, don't worry." It was to prevent the soldiers from throwing the javelins in their hands impulsively. Not only would it easily alert the enemy, but it would also disrupt the overall defense of the troops and lead to unnecessary casualties. Fortunately, as the Brutty light infantry got closer and closer, the light infantry had to retreat immediately. They quickly passed through the gaps between the infantry and retreated to the rear. Otherwise, they would be surrounded by the infantry and pushed to the front of the battle, facing the heavily armored Greek heavy infantry. The Brutty infantry finally began to run. They roared as they charged towards the Dionian phalanx, who were ready for battle. Compared to the aggressive Brutty light infantry, the Dionia soldiers were as calm as a mountain. They held the javelins in their hands and kept their eyes on the distance from the enemy. The officers shouted, "Javelins!" Dark clouds floated out from the left, middle, and right flank of the 7 to 8 miles long formation. The charging Brutty light infantry was caught off guard, and the sharp tips of the javelins instantly took away the lives of hundreds and thousands of soldiers. However, the rain of javelins did not slow down the pace of the Brutty light infantry. They stepped over the bodies of their comrades and advanced faster. Many Dionia soldiers did not have the time to throw a second javelin before they slammed into the shield wall of the Dionia formation. Countless cracks appeared on the shield wall. The Brutty light infantry fearlessly rushed in, trying to widen the gap. The third and fourth rows of Dionia soldiers quickly raised their shields and used their javelins to force the enemy to retreat. For a moment, the shields of the soldiers on both sides collided. The spears clashed, the dust filled the air, and the battle cries shook the sky. When the noon sun cast a shadow on the small sundial, Onatas, who was in charge of teaching Greek, announced that the morning class was over. When the children cheered, he said solemnly, "Children, when you go back, I hope you can memorize this poem by Hesiod. It's best if you can recite it. As for these new words that I teach, you must remember them. I will check them tomorrow. Do you remember them?" "Yes, teacher," the students answered in unison. "Especially you, Patroclus." Onatas pointed at the child sitting in the distance and reminded him, "This time, be more careful when you go back. I don't want to see you stand as a punishment tomorrow, understand?" Patroclus lowered his head in embarrassment. The students around him burst into laughter. Patroclus's terrible performance in Greek class was a stark contrast to his speed and accuracy in solving questions in mathematics class. Onatas left the classroom, and the students cheered and ran out. Stephos grabbed Patroclus's arm and urged, "Hurry up, hurry up. If you delay any longer, they will all be snatched away." The two of them rushed out of the classroom. As soon as they turned a corner, they heard a cry of ouch. A little girl fell to the ground. "Hey, are you two blind?" Cynthia scolded. She bent down and asked with concern, "Jisha, are you okay?" "I am fine," Jisha answered weakly. Cynthia pulled her up and turned to glare at the two boys. "Hurry up and apologize. Otherwise, don't even think of leaving." Although Cynthia was the youngest, the two boys, who were extremely active in class, seemed to be very afraid of her. They hurriedly nodded and bowed. "Sorry, Jisha, we were going. I am fine. Hurry up and go buy butterbread. If you are late, you will miss it." Jisha was not angry. Instead, she reminded them gently. The two boys were relieved and quickly ran away. Patroclus did not forget to look back at Cynthia as he ran, and then quickly looked away. Cynthia snorted. "Jisha, you are so easy to talk to. If it were me, I would not let them off so easily." Jisha smiled softly and patted the dust off her body. "All right, come to my house for lunch today. Let's go eat real butterbread." Cynthia suddenly thought of something and invited her. "When I left home this morning, my mother told me to bring you home at noon." Jisha did not say anything and nodded shyly. The afternoon in Turin Primary School was generally arranged for sports. The boys would do simple military training and football, while the girls would run, jump, and play some games. Therefore, there was not much free time at noon. Except for the children in Turin who had time to go home for lunch, the children who lived far away could only eat in the neighborhood. Fortunately, as the school's influence expanded, the number of students, teachers, guards, and other personnel increased, and merchants and vendors saw a business opportunity. They set up shops in the designated area outside the school, selling books, paper, stationery, clothes, food. The most famous one was the little restaurant built by the consul's wife, Christoia. She provided lunch to the students at a low price, and the students' favorite lunch was the restaurant's new butterbread. Every day, students and even teachers would line up to buy it, and the supply could not meet the demand. Cynthia and Jisha, as classmates in the same classroom, quickly became good friends. Cynthia invited Jisha to her house for the first time and was treated with great hospitality by Christoia, especially after knowing that Jisha was the adopted daughter of the Devers' old comrade, the captain of the 1st Legion, and Senator Alexis of the Senate. Alexis had always lived in Amendola and did not move to Turin. Christoia warmly invited her to come to her house for lunch every day. Christoia's enthusiasm brought her closer to Cynthia as mother and daughter. The delta between the Crati River and the Cosini River was originally a settlement area for the city's slaves. It was a collection, storage, and purification area for stone and copper mines. Not only was the security poor, the environment was terrible, and a lot of slag was dumped into the two rivers every day. After the Devers came to Turin, they saw this situation and discussed with Cunigrata and Marigi many times on how to manage this area. In the end, they moved the public slave settlement area to the north of the main city of Turin, next to the military camp. Not only was it far away from the residential areas of Turin, but it was also monitored by the military camp. If there was any abnormality, they could immediately send troops to suppress it. At the same time, they moved the stone mine to the market next to the port, and the copper mine to the business park in Amendola at the beginning of the year, next to the Saraceno River, so that they could get enough skilled manpower and interact well with other mines. Most importantly, The Krati River and the Kosini River, which were related to the lives and health of thousands of people in Turin, were free of pollution. Then, the Devers planned this empty land as the cultural center of the entire Dionia Union. The Dionia School was established here, and the Dionia Academy, which represented the highest scientific and cultural level of the Union, was being built. It was already clear that Helps, the director of the Turin Hospital, would build a medical school in the academy. Mentadakels would also move the Mathematics Research Institute there. Ansitanos planned to set up a historical research group. Chapter 3:29. After lunch, Patroclus and Stephos went to the Temple of Nina in Athens, which was not far from the school. The temple was built by the local people to thank Athens for their great help in rebuilding the city of Turin. The original patron of Turin was Apollo. After the Peloponnesus War, Turin forcibly cut off relations with Athens and expelled the Turin of Athens. Since then, the number of people who came here to pray had decreased, and now there are only a few. The children liked to play rugby and soccer in the small square in front of the temple. In these sports, Patroclus was a little star because at the age of 13, he was far stronger, faster, and more agile than the other children, so everyone liked to play with him. But these days, he and Stephos were not interested in playing. The two children were lying on the wall of the temple and throwing stones into the Kosini River. Stephos, I haven't seen my father for almost 2 months. Let me tell you, this is the first time I've been away from my father for such a long time. I wonder how he's doing now. Patroclus stared blankly at the rushing river. He was a little worried and complained, "Last time I saw him. Last time, when the first legion passed by Turin, the Devers didn't even let them go home. They left so fast. I tried to chase after them after class, but I couldn't catch up with them." Stephos laughed carelessly. "I heard from my father that the requirements to be a soldier of the Legion are very strict, much stricter than the requirements of our school. If you break the rules, you will be spanked. Your father is afraid of being spanked, so of course he doesn't dare to come to see you." Patroclus glared at him. "I don't think you're worried about your father." Stephos stopped throwing stones into the river and reminded him loudly, "I told you, Amyntas is not my biological father, but he is very good to me and my mother. He used to tell me stories about the battles he fought with the great Archon Devers in Persia," said Stephos, tilting his head to one side and thinking for a moment. "He is a hero. I like him very much. I believe that nothing will happen to him, because the battle commanded by the great Devers consul has never failed." His optimism infected Patroclus. "You're right. The Legion of Dionysia is invincible." At this time, a child ran into the temple excitedly. "Good news! Good news! Proclus, what good news has made you so happy?" The children stopped playing and looked at him. "Cheer up, students. Under the leadership of my father, Legio III annihilated the invading Picassus army." Proclus shouted excitedly. "Is this true?" Patroclus asked hurriedly. "Of course it's true." Proclus raised his head. "If you don't believe me, go to the city of Turin. The whole city is cheering. No one doubts this victory, but the main reason for this victory is the command of the Devers consul." Stephos saw Proclus' excited expression and remembered that there was still no news from his adoptive father. He could not help but interject. Proclus was speechless for a moment. He glared at Stephos and could not help but shout, "Anyway, it was my father who commanded the troops in the Grimentum. What is your father doing now?" This time it was Stephos' turn to be speechless. Just as the two of them were arguing, the other children were already cheering. "Great victory! Long live Dionia! Long live the Legion!" The cheering children began to line up according to the military movements taught by the instructor and played a triumphal game. Proclus and Stephos were pulled into the team by Patroclus. But soon, the two of them began to argue about who should be the flag bearer. At the same time, in the Senate of Turin, the Senate was discussing the affairs of the Union of Dionia. The rotating chairman, Marigi, took out a scroll of papyrus and said, "The governor of Cremissa, Sir Scombras, sent a document saying that he has thought of many ways, but there are still many people in Cremissa who are unwilling to subscribe to the wheat bonds. So far, the bonds allocated to several other cities have been sold out, including Esprustum. Only Cremissa, Marigi raised his voice. It was originally allocated the least, but not even half of the shares have been sold. Do you think we should bring the rest of the bonds back to Castellan? Amicus has already sent people to say, several times, the citizens of Castellan are eager to subscribe to our bonds. Agreed. I have no objections. Borrowing 100 caddies of wheat and paying back 115 caddies in a year, that's a huge profit. Dionia did not take advantage of the citizens at all, so why are there so many people in Cremissa who are unwilling to subscribe? We should think carefully about the reason behind it. Cunagurata reminded everyone. As soon as this was said, most of the senators looked at Antalis. He looked rather embarrassed and quickly coughed a few times, stood up and said, Sirs, I think there are a few reasons. First of all, Cremissa is the latest to join the Union of Dionia, and it has only been half a year since then. Most importantly, it is different from Esprustum. At this point, he calmed his emotions, cleared his throat, and solemnly said, Although it is hard to tell the truth, it is the truth. The outbreak of the war with Crotone was not caused by the people of Dionia, but many people in Cremissa think that Dionia should bear some responsibility. Many people in Cremissa died in the war with Dionia, and half a year is not enough to resolve the resentment in their hearts. With resentment, naturally, they would not be able to fully trust Dionia. Antalis' words caused a brief silence. After a while, Cornelis said in a low voice, The war with Crotone was inevitable. Although Cremissa has become a part of Dionia, it seems that we still need to do more to resolve the grief in the hearts of the people of Cremissa. I also hope that Lord Antalis, Lord Euripides, and Lord Priades can provide more help. Whether it is as a member of the Senate or as a citizen of Cremissa, this is what we should do. Euripides said firmly, I believe that it will not be long before the people of Cremissa feel fortunate and proud to be citizens of Dionia. Euripides' words were unanimously agreed with by the senators. At this moment, Pollux stood up and said, Respected senators, we were just talking about the issue of wheat bonds. It reminds me of what Lord Mercies once said, the military rations exchanged from the people can at most last for more than 2 months. Am I right, Lord Mercies? Although Mercies hated Pollux, he had to nod and said, Yes, I did say that. But thank you. Pollux loudly interrupted Mercy's words and quickly said, Even if we have seized Abyssinia, but the Brudi is such a large area with a population of more than 100,000. I'm afraid it will be very difficult to conquer it in just 2 months. More importantly, while we are concentrating on dealing with the people of Brudi, the people of Lucaria in the north are also taking the opportunity to cause trouble. Now, does the Senate have any good way to deal with Bagul? His lordship's heavy injuries, and we don't know if he's dead or alive, and Picosis's large-scale attack on Gramentum? When Pollux said this, he looked sympathetically at Vespa and Hemont. Although he hated these barbarians who sneaked into the Senate, he needed these staunch supporters of the Devers to doubt the young man. No, because all the soldiers are fighting with the people of Brudi. If this goes on, I'm afraid that before we conquer the Brudi area, the people of Picasis will have already taken over the Gramentum and invaded our Nudum. When that time comes, our Dionia alliance will be attacked by enemies from both sides, and our army will also be facing a shortage of rations. A great disaster will befall the Dionia alliance. My lords, please think about it seriously. Such a terrible situation is very likely to happen. Polixus cried out in anguish. A few of the senators' expressions changed, and some were deep in thought. Seeing this scene in front, Marigi cursed in his heart. This damn Pollux has only been quiet for a few days, and now he's out to cause trouble again. In order to keep the Devers' plan to lure the people of Lucania a secret, only Avanogus, Sesta, Hieronymus, and the main officers of Legio 3 knew about it. Marigi, who did not know about it, anxiously winked at Plesinus, hoping that he would stand up and refute Pollux. We're too warlike. After repelling the Crotone, we quickly attacked the Gramentum. A few days after helping Tarentum, we launched a war against the people of Brudi. Our crazy expansion has caused uneasiness in the surrounding forces, and they will join forces to deal with us. The attack of Picassus is just a precursor. For the long-term security of Dionia, we should think about it and formulate some laws to restrain this practice of waging war at will. Pollux's words did not mention the Devers, but anyone could tell that these words were obviously aimed at the Devers. The great assembly hall suddenly became very quiet. At this moment, there was a bang, and the sound of the door being opened was particularly clear in the quiet enclosed space. Felicius looked excited and quickly walked into the hall. Chapter 330. My apologies, my lords. Felicius bowed slightly, unable to hide the joy on his face, and said excitedly, I was in the Ministry of Military Affairs to meet the messenger from Legio 3, so I came late. He brought good news. Felicius looked around at the elders and said loudly, Legio 3 has defeated Picassus and the rebels of Grimentum outside the city of Grimentum. Apart from a few who escaped, most of them were captured, and Legio 3 only suffered a few dozen casualties. Commander Hieronymus is leading the army towards Picassus. According to reports, the city is empty of troops, and taking down Picassus is only a matter of time. The meeting hall suddenly erupted. That's great. This is really a glorious victory. Picassus, we are finally going to have a coastal city that truly belongs to us on the west coast. The elders, who were frightened by the scene described by Pollux, burst into cheers like never before. Polixus looked at these cheering elders, dumbfounded, and for a moment he did not recover from the sudden reversal. After a long time, he said unwillingly, I didn't expect that Hieronymus could also create a great victory like Lord Devers. No. Felicius corrected him loudly. In fact, this victory was planned in advance by Lord Devers and Legio 3, and they also received help from the two allies, Laus and Elia. Otherwise, how could they win so easily? Oh, Kinrada, Cornelis, and the others had an expression as if it was only natural, and then they asked about the details of the battle with interest. Polixus did not say anything. The Battle of Punate River had lasted for more than an hour, and the battle line between the two sides had changed from the initial straight line to an arc-shaped crescent. On the right flank of the Dionysian army, the troops led by Tryphias were still in their original positions. The left wing of the Brudi tribe, consisting of a dozen Brudi warriors, could not effectively unite into a unified force to maintain the pressure on the right wing of the Dionia tribe. In the middle of Dionia, Vig, Anbalia, and some of Kazinsa's warriors attacked fiercely. After a period of stalemate, the First Legion's phalanx began to gradually retreat, causing the entire middle road to cave in. The proud soldiers of the First Legion had indeed done their best, but the long period of constructing the camp had consumed too much of their stamina. After putting on their heavy armor, they were already a little exhausted and couldn't do as they wished. On the left flank of Dionia, the Second Legion and Kazinsa's warriors were still engaged in a fierce battle. The soldiers of Kazinsa had washed away the humiliation of their previous failure in attacking the city. Relying on the superhuman endurance they had honed from living in the highlands since young, in the words of later generations, Highlanders had a lot of red blood cells and high oxygen capacity. As well as their larger physiques than the Greeks, they maintained a high-intensity attack for a long period of time. The Second Legion maintained a balance of power by relying on their solid defense and full cooperation between the brigades. On the far left was the only place where Dionia had an absolute advantage. The light shield-bearers led by Epitenes dealt heavy damage to the Brudi cavalry from the very beginning. In the close combat, the Brudi cavalry suffered a lot from the experienced light shield-bearers of Dionia. If this was not a battle of life and death for the Brudi, the cavalry leader would have led the rest of the cavalry to flee. However, in order to prevent the light shield-bearers of Dionia from supporting other battlefields, he led his men to distance themselves from the light shield-bearers of Dionia. He used the cavalry's speed to wander around the periphery and launch surprise attacks on the Dionia light infantries that had separated themselves from the formation. However, the javelins and bows of the Dionia were not to be trifled with. The number of Brudi cavalry was still decreasing little by little. On the other hand, the light infantry, led by Xpit, ran into some trouble. Although the broody light infantry could not compare to Dionia in terms of both quantity and ability, the furious broody light infantry gave up on long-range attacks after suffering from the enemy. Instead, they rushed forward and engaged Xpit's troops in close combat with javelins and daggers. Xpit could have retreated and widened the distance. This was the tactic of light infantry. However, Xpit, who had followed the Devers for a long time, knew that the sudden retreat of his light infantry and freedmen would expose Epetini's flanks. This would cause the light shield-bearers to suffer heavy losses. Therefore, Xpit did not retreat. Instead, he braced himself and engaged the broody light infantry in close combat. He had few light shield-bearers to begin with. The freedmen's arrows and javelins could still deal with them, but they would not be able to hold out against the fierce broody in close combat. Fortunately, the Devers still had many cards up their sleeves. When he heard that the leftmost troops were in trouble, he quickly sent a scouting team to the mountain ridge. These lightly armored soldiers with leather shields and daggers sprinted all the way to the leftmost. They immediately joined the battle and quickly turned the situation around. Amidst the dust, a messenger cavalryman galloped towards the Devers at the back of the formation. Tormid hurriedly went up to him. "Commander, Capys has sent someone to inform you of an emergency. The soldiers of the First Legion can't hold out any longer. They're so tired that they can't even lift their bronze shields." Tormid reported to the Devers as soon as he received the news. "It seems like the First Legion has reached the limits of their stamina," the Devers concluded. "It's not just the First Legion. Dracos has also sent someone to report that some of the soldiers of the Second Legion are starting to feel dizzy and weak. They don't even dare to order for the front and rear troops to switch, afraid that there will be chaos," Tormid reminded. "Our soldiers are already so tired. No matter how strong the broody stamina is, I'm afraid they won't be any better." The Devers stared ahead. Dust was flying everywhere in front of them. Shadows of people could be seen, and the sounds of killing could be heard. However, he seemed to have seen the opportunity to win. Quickly informed the two Abyssinia leaders, Broom and Grim. Didn't they say that they wanted to go into battle? Now is the chance. I want them to lead the Abyssinia soldiers to the left flank immediately and attack the enemy's flank. Use the most ferocious attack to defeat Kazinsa's people and show us the power of the Abyssinia soldiers." "Yes," Tormid replied excitedly. At the same time, Led's cavalry should have had enough rest. Let them immediately go to help Epetines and Xpit. After defeating the enemy's cavalry and light infantry, turn around and head north, cross the battlefield, and attack the enemy's middle and rear. Together with the First Legion, we'll crush them in one fell swoop." The Devers clenched his right fist and swung it down heavily. "Understood, Commander." Tormid led the two messengers on a horse and rode to the left. He was going to give the order personally. The Devers turned to look at the two troops that had not participated in the battle yet. They were just blurry shadows a few miles away and could not be seen at all. After a while, Tormid rushed back. "They've already moved out. Blow the horn to attack." The Devers immediately ordered. Beep, beep, beep. The loud horn drowned out the noise of the battle and spread throughout the entire formation. "It's the attack. Hold on, brothers. Our reserve troops are moving out." Xenoparis heard the horn and perked up. Before the battle, the Devers had told the two Legion commanders about his battle plan, and the two Legion commanders had conveyed the Devers' tactical intentions to the captains, company captains, and platoon captains. Therefore, the 1st and 2nd Legions could still hold on in such a passive situation because the officers were confident. Now, the horn to attack had finally arrived. "Beat the drums! Beat the drums!" Xanthoparis shouted the order in a hoarse voice. The drums sounded, and the military flag pointed forward. Although the soldiers were physically tired, their spirits were lifted. All the captains of the 1st and 2nd Legions were doing almost the same thing as Xanthoparis. When the horn reached Penland's ears, he was in the right wing of the broody Legion, pushing forward with the soldiers. Although every step was difficult, the Kazinsa soldiers were advancing. The Dionia soldiers are almost at their limit. This thought flashed through Penland's mind. Although he was a little tired, the desire for victory urged him to work harder. At this moment, the horn of Dionia shocked him. Could it be that the enemy had reinforcements? A sense of urgency surged in his heart. He could not understand the overall situation in the formation, so he could only speed up the attack to defeat the enemy in front of him. Descendants of Brutus, work harder. The enemy is almost at their limit. He shouted, and the guard around him followed suit, thus influencing the other soldiers. The Cosenza soldiers used their remaining strength to attack desperately. However, the defense of the Second Legion was also greatly enhanced. Instead, it was more difficult for the Brudi Legion to advance in the middle and right wing. Under the leadership of Broom and Krelu, more than 2,000 Abyssinia soldiers, who had been holding back for more than an hour and had nowhere to vent their energy, ran all the way. They went around the outside of the two armies, roared, and fiercely pounced on the rear of the right wing of the Brudi Legion. The deafening battle cries and rumbling footsteps caused the Cosenza soldiers to look back in panic. Then they saw countless Brudi soldiers, who were dressed similarly and had ferocious faces, waving their spears and killing them fiercely. "It's the Abyssinia. We're surrounded." The Cosenza soldiers turned to defend in panic. Chapter 331. Defeat came so quickly that Penland still could not believe it, because he felt that victory was so close to him. Attack. Continue to attack. The enemy is about to lose. He shouted hysterically, trying to stop the soldiers around him from escaping, but he was almost pushed down. "Great leader, run. If you don't leave now, you won't be able to." The guards forcefully pulled him back. "Commander, we have won this battle." Tormid came to report with a face full of joy. "The enemy is completely routed." This result was expected by Devers. He said calmly, "This battle is not over yet. It's not enough to just repel the enemy. We have to see what the final result is." Usually, in a head-on battle, the losing side rarely lost more than 10% of its soldiers. After the enemy fled, if the pursuit was appropriate, it would often increase the casualty rate of the losing side. This was because the defeated soldiers had no fighting spirit and no intention to fight back. Therefore, Devers kept the bugle blowing for the attack. The Dionia soldiers simply threw away their heavy bronze shields and helmets, held their spears with both hands, and continued to pursue the enemy regardless of their exhaustion. They cooperated with the reinforcements rushing from the side to surround the enemy. The Abyssinia soldiers, the light infantry and freedmen led by Aptines and Xpit, and the mountain scouts led by Izamu, formed a big net from the right to the middle of the Brudi army. Although this net was not very strong and the mesh was too big, it was enough to deter the Brudi who only wanted to escape. In the midst of the battle cries of the Dionia, some of the defeated soldiers simply threw away their weapons and sat on the ground. The Lead's cavalry brigade, on the other hand, was extremely scattered and wide in two horizontal lines to pursue the fleeing enemy. The cavalry at full horsepower was like a thick hedge, sweeping the dead leaves back and forth near dusk. The Dionia cavalry stopped their pursuit. When they returned from the Cosenza plateau that was full of defeated soldiers, all of them were covered in blood. It was a frightening sight. Later, the meddlesome soldiers gave them the nickname Blood Cavalry, which eventually became their official name. At this time, the battle was over. At the cost of 1,500 casualties, Dionia caused the Brudi alliance to suffer nearly 5,000 casualties and more than 5,000 prisoners. Leads excitedly came to see Devers, only to be told that the commander had gone to the crematorium. Walking on the corpse-strewn battlefield, the joy of Devers' victory had long disappeared. The soldiers placed their fallen comrades neatly on the grass. At first glance, they couldn't even see the end of them. They carefully stuck 2 opal on the dead man's eyes, and at the same time, they prayed to Hades with tears in their eyes. Looking at the pale faces that seemed familiar, Devers' footsteps were a little heavy. Finally, he stopped. A dozen soldiers were crying around a corpse on the side of the road in front of him. He happened to know the leader of the group. It was Septimus, the company captain of the Second Legion. Devers' heart skipped a beat. He stepped forward and asked in a low voice, "Who is the dead?" "Commander." The officer and the soldiers hurriedly saluted when they saw him. Through the gap, he saw the face of the dead man. It was a face that could not be more familiar. Arsenis, a passionate and cheerful young man from Amendola. He was a hero of the Second Crotone War and a standard-bearer during the triumphal parade. During the final attack of the battle, Arsenis, as the platoon leader, rushed to the front. As a result, he was stabbed in the chest by a daring enemy who was not in a hurry to escape. Hearing Septimus' words of grief, Devers took 2 opals from the soldiers and placed them on Arsenis' closed eyelids. A year ago, this brave young man had dared to compete with him in swimming. Now his body was as cold as a stone. At this moment, Devers hoped that Hades really existed in this world. Based on Dionia's reverence for the Pluto, they would definitely give these soldiers of Dionia preferential treatment in hell. After coming out of the group of soldiers, Devers walked forward for a while. Then he stopped and looked gloomily at the burning incineration furnaces in the distance. After a long time, he said to Tormid, who had been silently following behind him, "Do you think Dionia's war against Brudi, was it right or wrong?" Tormid did not know how to answer for a moment. However, Devers' expression quickly became firm. He answered himself in a firm tone, "Of course it was right. In this era, it's either we destroy others or others destroy us. There's no other way but to strengthen ourselves." Tormid agreed with Devers. In the Eastern Mediterranean, he had seen the oppression of the weak races by the Persia and the tyranny of the Sparta in Ionia and Asia Minor. After coming to the Western Mediterranean, he had also heard of the strength of Carthage and the tyranny of Syracuse. What he did not expect was that at this moment, what Devers was worried about was a Latin city-state in central Italy that he had never heard of, Rome. Commander, the brothers of the First Legion and the soldiers of the reserve team are seizing the time to rest. They're too tired. They almost fell asleep as soon as they fell to the ground. They didn't even have time to take off their breastplates, Capys said with some heartache. In this battle, whether it's the First Legion, the Second Legion, or the other teams, they've all put in their best efforts. The battle was very difficult, Devers said with a sigh, but he still reminded Capys, "However, it's autumn now. I heard that the nights in the mountains are much colder than in Turiae. After the fierce battle, the brothers will fall asleep when they're sweating all over. Be careful not to catch a cold. Now our medical camp is overcrowded. I don't want any unnecessary increase in the number of injured and sick." Next to Devers was Antonio Rios. He was once again the military officer of the army in this expedition. Obviously, he was somewhat familiar with this position. At this time, he suggested, "I think we can let the auxiliary soldiers in the supply camp take out the blankets carried by the soldiers of the First Legion and cover themselves." Devers nodded in agreement. He looked at Dracos again. The commander of the Second Legion had his head slightly lowered, his hands behind his back, and his left leg was trembling slightly. Devers looked at him carefully and asked, "Can our camp be built by night?" The brothers of the Second Legion are taking the prisoners to speed up the construction. At the same time, the Mountain Brigade, the soldiers of Abyssinia, and the allied forces led by Sir Trifias and Sir Gorkys, the general of Castellan, are also building the camp under the guidance of the engineers. It will definitely be built before night falls. Trifias and Gorkys nodded after Dracos mentioned their names. Devers expressed his gratitude to them and then asked, "How are the Brudi prisoners doing?" "We severely punished more than a dozen prisoners who dared to resist. With the Abyssinia as an example, they're quite obedient." Devers nodded. He paced back and forth a few steps and said in a low voice, "Don't torture them. If you find that the Brudi can't carry on working, allow them to stop and rest." "Oh, you know the specifics yourself." "Yes. What's with the injury on your right hand?" Dracos was only thinking about how to complete the task given by Devers and did not notice that Devers had walked behind him. He hurriedly retracted his hand, took 2 steps back, shook his head, and said, "No, it's nothing. I was accidentally injured by a soldier's spear." He shook his head, and a bloody groove under his lower jaw was reflected in Devers' eyes. Devers, who was respected by Herpes as his teacher, knew that the wound was near the vital carotid artery. One could imagine the thrill of the situation and Draco's luck at that time. At this moment, Devers' face darkened. You rushed to the front again, didn't you? How many times have I told you? You are the commander of more than 7,000 soldiers, not an ordinary soldier. If you die in battle, do you know how much impact it will have on the entire battle? Dionia's military law is just child's play to you, isn't it? If you don't want to abide by it, then don't. Devers scolded Dracos. He hung his head and did not dare to say a word. In the eyes of outsiders, a young man scolding a strong man in his 30s like a father scolding a child was a somewhat comical scene. But the senior generals and important figures of Dionia around them all looked serious and tried to hold their breath. This showed the power of Devers. Temporarily hand over the command of the 2nd Legion to Adrianx. You immediately go to Stesichordas, the head of the medical camp of the expeditionary troops, and one of Herpes' right-hand men. Bandage your wound, and go to the military judge to receive punishment. As soon as Devers finished speaking, Dracos repeatedly answered yes and ran away, as if he had been pardoned. Commander, actually, during the last attack, the soldiers were very tired. Dracos also wanted to use this method to encourage the soldiers. Antonio and the other 4 explained on behalf of Dracos in a low voice. You should all know Arsenis. After the 2nd victory against Crotone, he was the flag bearer at the triumphal parade. Now he's a platoon leader of the 2nd Legion, a very promising young officer. Divers let out a long sigh. I've just paid the crossing fee to Garen for him. Whatever the Legion commander does, the lower-ranked officers will follow suit. I don't want to see the positions of the 2nd Legion's officers always empty. This Dracos, who does not care about his life in battle, needs to be taught a lesson. Chapter 332. After Devers calmed himself down, he asked, Capys, the 1st Legion is responsible for taking care of the Briti captives at night, right? Yes. Try to make them as comfortable as possible without letting them escape. Capys hesitated for a moment and said, I'll try my best. You have to know, although they were enemies before, after this battle, it's certain that the Briti will become one of us soon. In order to make this transition process smoother and not increase hatred, we have to work hard. Devers patiently explained to Capys. War had always been a continuation of politics. Devers' position determined that he had to look further and consider more comprehensively. Tryphias and Gorkys, who were at the side, looked at each other. The continued growth of the Dionia alliance should be a good thing for Heraclea and Castellan. In a while, I might send someone to help you appease these Briti captives. However, I'm not sure if he's willing to help. Devers rubbed his chin and muttered. Capys was curious about the person Devers was talking about, but he didn't ask. How's the situation at the medical camp? Devers thought of another question. There are too many wounded. Stesichordas and the others are so busy that they don't have time to rest. Now, it's Epithenes who is sending light infantry and freedmen to help the medical camp carry the wounded. Antonios said worriedly. In other words, no one is taking care of the British soldiers? Devers' eyes widened. He immediately thought of the seriousness of the problem. Antonios, go find Stesichordas immediately and tell him that it's my order. He has to send 1 or 2 doctors no matter what. At the same time, let the 1st Legion send 1,000 infantrymen as support. First, do simple debridement, bandaging, and other treatment for the wounded British soldiers. All right. Antonius quickly turned around and left. Also, Talmud, I'll write 2 letters immediately. Get the messenger to bring the letters back to Talii as soon as possible. Hand them over to Herpes and Mercies. I want them to send as many doctors and nurses as possible, as well as more medicinal ingredients, medical supplies, and food after the generals had completed their assigned tasks. Devers finally had the time to face Tryphias and Gorkys alone. Sirs, I'm so sorry. I didn't expect so many things to happen after we won this battle. Sorry to keep you waiting. It's nothing. Tryphias praised seriously. You've given me a chance to witness the extraordinary management ability of the Consul of Dionia. Moreover, I really didn't expect that there would be so many things to deal with after a battle. The treatment of the wounded, the handling of the captives, the construction of the camp, the arrangement of the sentries. I really learned a lot of military knowledge. Trifia's words came from the bottom of his heart, and Gorky's, who was next to him, felt the same. Indeed, the battles of the Greek city-states in this era were mostly near the territory of the Alliance. The requirements for logistics were not high, so they did not pay much attention to it. Only strong states like Athens, Sparta, and Syracuse, because they needed to fight outside for a long time, would have higher requirements for military logistics. Even so, from time to time, there would be situations where the soldiers were short of food and pay. Devers felt that the logistics of the Dionysian army was still relatively rough and imperfect, but in the eyes of Trifias and the others, it was already a very complicated arrangement. Therefore, Devers just smiled and said, "This battle is all thanks to the full support of Heraclea and Castellan. With this victory, I believe that the war with Brutty will soon end. At that time, the clerk of our supply camp will carefully calculate the spoils of war and distribute them to you in proportion." Castellan had cooperated with Dionia 2 or 3 times, and Gorky's was very confident in the credibility of Dionia. Heraclea was relatively rich, and Trifias was not very interested in the spoils of war. Of course, if he could get them, the citizens' trip would not be in vain, and they would not complain when they go back. He was more concerned about another matter. "Sir Devers, I also have a request. Please say it. Can you let the officers of Dionia use your fighting style to help train the citizens of Heraclea?" Trifias was a little embarrassed and explained, "Because during the battle, I found that the fighting style of Dionia is very different from that of Heraclea and Castellan. This difference in the battle affects the cooperation between the various troops, so, in fact, at the beginning of the battle, it was the 3,000 Dionia reserves who resisted the charge of Brutty and played the role of the mainstay of the right wing in the subsequent battle. If the reserves were like this, the strength of the Legion of Dionysia could be imagined. This was the reason why Trifias made up his mind and made the request." Devers was surprised on the surface, but he was overjoyed. Finally, an allied city-state made such a request. He pretended to be hesitant and asked, "Will the Senate of Heraclea agree to this?" "I'll get them to agree," Trifias said firmly. "In that case, when the war with Brutty is over, I will let the military officer Felicius discuss the training with you." Devers said half-jokingly, "Sir Trifias, but the military training of Dionia is very strict. You have to prepare the citizens of Heraclea in advance." With Heraclea as an example, Gorky's did not want to be left behind and made the same request to Devers. After sending off Trifias and Gorky's, although Devers felt very tired, he could not rest yet because there was someone he had to meet. "Go and bring the important figure of Brutty that Led's caught." Sidorum regretted that he did not seriously pray to goddess Amara before the battle. As a result, he unfortunately tripped and fell off his warhorse. Then his personal guard were scattered by the fleeing soldiers. He struggled to get up from the injured warhorse, but because he was dressed differently from the ordinary Brutty soldiers, he became the target of the pursuing Dionia cavalry. After he became a captive, he did not hide it and directly told them his name. Now his hands were tied behind his back, and he was being escorted by the Dionia soldiers. From afar, he saw a shining military flag erected on the grassy slope. Hundreds of soldiers stood neatly in 2 rows, and a person sat under the military flag. That person should be the Consul Devers of Dionia. Sidorum thought to himself, and his footsteps unconsciously quickened. As they approached, the two of them looked at each other face to face. Sidorum was surprised at the young age of the Devers, while the Devers was surprised at how old Sidorum was. As far as he knew, the great leader of Vigo City was not even 50 years old. "Untie him," said the Devers first. Sidorum rubbed his wrist that was red from the rope and took another step forward. The Devers did not move. Sidorum raised his white eyebrows. "Aren't you afraid that I'll attack you?" The Devers smiled. "You can speak Greek, so it saves me the trouble of finding an interpreter. I don't want to look up to others, so you can sit down." His voice was not loud, but it had an irresistible force. Sidorum hesitated for a moment, then sat down reluctantly. Marcius, who was behind the Devers, let out a sigh of relief. "To answer your question," said the Devers slowly, Diver spoke unhurriedly. First, I have brave guards, so it'll be difficult for you to succeed. Second, even if you succeed, not only will the plight of the Briti people not be resolved, the enraged Ionians will also bring unimaginable punishment to the people of this land. Sidorum snorted. Aren't the Dionia invading our land, killing our people, and robbing our belongings? If I can beat up the leader who started the war, at least the Briti will be happy for a while. Are the Briti the victims? The Devers said sternly. No. For decades, the Briti have never stopped attacking and looting the Greek cities. You have destroyed countless Greek families. Now we, the Greeks, are finally here to take revenge, but you feel wronged. What a joke. You Greeks are outsiders invading our land. Of course, we'll take it back. Sidorum retorted, unwilling to be outdone. As far as I know, the Briti originally lived in the central part of Italy. You moved here more than 200 years ago, driving away the original residents of this land and settling down here. Now, you claim to be the owner of the land in southern Italy? Is this ignorance or arrogance? Or arrogance? Davis sneered. Bullshit. Sidorum yelled angrily. It seems that you really don't know. Fortunately, the Greeks had written and recorded things. The scholars of Turii have collected records of the major events that happened here for hundreds of years. If you go to Turii one day, you can see the detailed historical records of the Briti. The Devers had asked Ansitanos about the Briti in detail. So, when Sidorum saw the Devers' serious face, he seemed a little discouraged. What are you going to do with us? He asked. Are you referring to the captive Briti or the so-called Briti alliance? Of course it's us who were unfortunately captured, Sidorum said, although we lost the battle. As long as Pinelin and the others defend the city with all their strength, it will be difficult for you to break through the sturdy city of Cosenza, no matter how many soldiers you have. In the end, you can only retreat after running out of food. Chapter 333. He stretched out his hand and stopped Sidorum, who was about to speak again. In this battle, the Briti suffered 5,000 casualties. With the help of the Abyssinia warriors, we have confirmed that most of them were Cosenza's people. At the same time, we also captured more than 5,000 people, and most of them were Cosenza's people. During the battle, Pinelin placed the main Cosenza warriors in the middle and right flank. The center of Dionia's counterattack was also on the enemy's right flank and middle, which led to this result. The other casualties and captives were also Vigor and Ambalia. In other words, the Briti alliance's important power to maintain your rule and suppress other small tribes has been greatly weakened. As far as I know, the Cosenza people have forcibly placed many small tribes in the outer city of Cosenza. As long as I make the Byssinians promise these tribes freedom and even more benefits, the Byssinians will not be able to stop them. Do you think these tribes will take the opportunity to resist and help us capture Cosenza? When Devers said this, Sidorum's body trembled. He lowered his head and did not speak. 2 days ago, there was a riot in Cosenza. The words of this Dionia consul could really become a reality. In addition, after I lead the army to Cosenza, I will not attack the city immediately. I heard that Ambalia's city is extremely simple. I only need to send 3,000 to 4,000 people, and I may be able to capture it easily. And Vigor City. When Devers mentioned the word Vigor, Sidorum trembled again. How many warriors did you take from there? Do you think if I send 10,000 soldiers to Vigor, and with the help of Laos, can we capture Vigor City? Sidorum clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. His expression was painful, but he still did not say a word. After we capture Ambalia and Vigor, we will attack Cosenza. Oh, by the way, you must be wondering why I didn't attack Canopetia? Devers paused and continued, because Canopetia will soon be captured by Dionia Legio IV. You don't believe me? I think Canopetia must have asked for reinforcements from Cosenza because Canopetia's stone walls cannot withstand our ballistae and siege towers. Ballistae? Sidorum finally raised his head in confusion. Devers generously briefed him on the new siege weapons developed by Dionia. Sidorum's expression turned ugly. In his memory, Pinelin did not take the initiative to tell him about Canopetia, but he knew that Kazinsa sent 2,000 reinforcements to Canopetia. He even objected to this to Penland, but Penland made a firm decision. This was completely unlike his usual style of doing things. According to various signs, he felt that what Devers said was most likely true. Penland already knew that Canopetia could not be defended, but he was afraid that Brudi's people would panic, so he chose to hide it and bet everything on this battle. Sidorum's heart turned cold, and he squeezed out a sentence while trembling. Does Dionia want to kill all the people of Brudi? Kill all? No, we Dionia are not that cruel. Devers said seriously, in my eyes, there is no difference between Brudi, Lucanians, and Greeks. Sidorum stared at him in disbelief. You might ask, if this is the case, why attack Brudi? Devers sighed, pulled up a weed with his right hand, and twirled it around his finger. For 100 years, Brudi and Greeks have regarded each other as enemies, killing each other endlessly. If the Brudi tribal alliance is established, the conflict with the Greeks will only intensify. Dionia had no choice but to attack first, not to destroy Brudi, but to bring Brudi into Dionia alliance and become a part of it. The Mediterranean Sea is big enough for us Greeks and Brudi to explore, plant, and graze. Why should we fight to the death for such a small piece of barren land? Sidorum was silent for a long time, and tentatively whispered in a low voice, You want the tribes of Brudi to become Dionia's alliance. Dionia has paid a huge price and sacrificed so many lives just to make Brudi an ally. Devers' expression changed, and his voice suddenly became heavier. The people of Dionia will not agree, and neither will the Senate. Do you want us to be like the Lucanians in Nudum? Sidorum said bitterly. Vigo City was not far from Nudum, so he knew the situation there. Brudi will be incorporated into Dionia, Brudi will become Dionia's citizens, and the tribal leaders will still be in charge of their own tribes. But the managers of towns such as Vigo, Kazinsa, Nepetia, and Anbalia will be appointed by Dionia's Senate. Abyssinia has agreed to join Dionia alliance, and Bagalipi and Brim will also become members of Dionia's Senate. You can go to Brim for further information. Devers' words made Sidorum's heart waver a little, but he still asked unwillingly, Can't we manage our own towns? The Brudi are not used to being commanded by outsiders. I'm afraid there will be trouble. Devers said firmly, All the territories of Dionia must be governed by the Senate, and this will never change. However, if you join the Senate, one day you will also be elected by the Senate as the governor of Kazinsa, or even the governor of the entire Brudi region. Dyphus's flattery lessened Sidorum's resistance. He thought for a while and said helplessly, I'm just the leader of Vigor City. It's okay, you just need to decide the ownership of Vigo City. Devers saw him, still looking down and hesitating. So he said, Go and think about it. Don't rush to make a decision. Sidorum answered in a hurry and was about to leave absent-mindedly. Please wait. There's one more thing I need your help with. Devers' words made Sidorum panic. He staggered a few steps and almost fell. Please go and comfort the captured Brudi warriors. Tell them, as long as they do what we ask, the soldiers of Dionia will not hurt them, and they will be able to go home safely after some time. However, if they gather to cause trouble and try to escape, our soldiers will not be lenient. Moreover, when the Brudi belong to Dionia in the future, their families will also be punished. Devers said sternly, I'll go and tell them. Sidorum looked gloomy, and the wrinkles on his face deepened. After the conversation with Devers, he seemed to have aged a few years. Looking at the unsteady Sidorum being escorted away by the soldiers, Marcius asked, Sir, will this old man surrender? Devers smiled. Him agreeing to my request just now is a good start. However, if he doesn't hurry up, we won't need him when the time comes. The siege of Canopetia had reached its most critical moment. The city walls had become dilapidated after days of attacks from the ballistae, and many of the trenches had been filled up. The soldiers defending the city were attacked by the ballistae and archers on top of the siege towers, causing many casualties. Legio III had also paid a price. 5 ballistae were damaged due to the long period of wear and tear, and 2 of the construction towers were destroyed due to the British fire attack. More than 400 soldiers were killed or injured. Most of them were archers. However, Helos still maintained the high-intensity attack on Kinapisha every day. He still remembered the orders given to him by Devers. Now in the Mediterranean Sea, whether it's the Greek city-states or other countries, siege is a huge problem. I hope that after you go to Kinapisha, don't be afraid of the difficulties and casualties of the soldiers. You must take that stone city and summarize a set of siege experience for Dionia. In the morning, the soldiers of Legio IV and Trine lined up 200 meters south of Kinapisha. In front of the huge army were 5 ballistae and 3 siege towers. The requirements to build ballistae were very high, and the key components were very delicate, especially the spring set. The Mathematics Research Institute spent a lot of time and money to build 10 ballistae, and it was not something that could be repaired by engineers in a few days. However, although the siege towers were large, as long as there were enough people, it was not difficult to build. The physically and mentally exhausted Kinapisha soldiers had never seen so many enemies below the city walls, and they could not help but feel a chill down their spine. The crows that had been circling in the air, looking for rotten corpses, also seemed to sense the danger. They cawed and flew away. Legion Commander, everything is ready. When Helos heard the report, he immediately said, Ballistae ready. The captain ordered. The axle turned, the bowstring was pulled, the stone bullets were placed into the chute, the angle and range were set. Fire! 5 live bullets flew out with a strong gust of wind, concentrated on the most broken section of the city wall, and opened the prelude to the siege. Then came the second round, the third round. The continuous bombardment caused more and more cracks to appear on the city wall. The city wall, which had been repaired overnight, was finally unable to bear the burden. Pieces of the stone wall fell down. Finally, in the rumbling sound of crashing, the entire stone wall collapsed, and a cloud of dust rose in an instant. The Dionia soldiers cheered thunderously, while the Kinapisha soldiers sighed, and their faces were ashen. Attack! When the morale of the soldiers was high, Helos gave a timely order. Chapter 334. Pandru's expression was grim as he looked at the incoming enemies. The fear on the faces of the soldiers around him worried him. He suddenly drew his sword and shouted, Warriors of Kinapisha, you have successfully held off the powerful enemies for nearly a month. Now, the biggest test has come. Think of your parents, wives, and children. They are behind us and need our protection. Show your courage. Under the protection of Brutus, we will defeat these cowardly enemies. We, the warriors of the Brudi, will never be slaves. The great leader is right. We cannot lose. We will never be slaves. We will fight the Greeks. The morale of the Kinapisha soldiers was boosted by Pandru's encouragement. They began to draw their bows at the enemies approaching the trench. Diolides, a member of the Council of 100 of Crotone, was the representative of Crotone. He brought several tons of grain and dozens of sheep to Trine to pay his respects to the Legio IV of Dionia in the name of the Southern Alliance. His main purpose was to observe the progress of the war between Dionia and the Brudi. He happened to witness the siege with his own eyes. After that, he returned to Crotone and described the situation to the council with a face full of amazement. The Dionysians invented a terrifying siege weapon. They called it a ballista. It's like a bow and arrow, and it can shoot stones that weigh more than 10 kilograms a few hundred meters away, and it can accurately hit the city walls. After a few days of continuous bombardment by this new siege weapon, a large gap appeared in the stone walls of Kinapisha. The Dionia also created something called the siege tower. It was like a movable wooden tower, taller than the walls of Kinapisha. When the Dionia pushed it closer to Kinapisha, the archers at the top of the tower kept firing arrows at the enemies on the walls. When they approached the walls, a heavy drawbridge was immediately lowered from the siege tower. The Dionia soldiers rushed to the top of Kinapisha's walls through the drawbridge of the siege tower. The Dionia didn't only use ballistae and siege towers. They also used scaling ladders to scale the city walls. I saw every single one of their soldiers rushing to attack. They rarely flinched when their comrades fell off the wall. Their courage was no less than that of our Crotone citizens. However, the Nepetian warriors were not as fierce as they had been against us before. Perhaps they were too few in number, or perhaps they were intimidated by Dionia's terrifying siege weapons. In short, the battle only lasted until the afternoon. Dionia's fourth army attacked the city of Canopetia. Canopetia's leader, Pangeru, died in battle. When Diolitas finished speaking, the council fell silent. He had just received news that Dionia had conquered Ciudad Abyssinia not long ago, and now Nepetia had fallen. Since when did the Brudi, who gave Crotone such a headache, become so weak? Or had the Dionia army become stronger, and the Crotone citizens could not compare to them? The people of Crotone were at a loss. When they saw the outbreak of war, they hoped that Dionia would be defeated in front of the Brudi, so that Crotone could take advantage of them. But now, it seemed that this was just Crotone's fantasy. The strength that Dionia had shown terrified the people present. "This is a good thing," General Sesprotus stood up and said loudly. "The nightmare that has been troubling the people of Crotone and the other cities for hundreds of years is finally going to end. The people of Crotone will be very happy when they know about this." Sesprotus's words made those who had other ideas realize that even if they wanted to hinder Dionia, their suggestions would not be able to pass the council. At this time, Chief General Lucius stood up and said, "As a member of the Southern Alliance, we should be happy for Dionia's victory. Although Dionia did not invite Crotone to participate in the war, we are still part of the Southern Alliance. Crotone should unite with other allies to give enough military supplies to Dionia to show our support for Dionia." On the day of the Legio IV's attack, the army led by the Devers still stayed in the camp on the bank of Ponate River. The soldiers were busy sending the sick and wounded back to Ciudad Abyssinia, while the supply camp transported the rations that Turii transported to Ciudad Abyssinia back to the camp. The Devers were staring at the map of the Brudi Mountains in the military tent, thinking about their next move. At this time, Tormid came in and said, "Sir, there are a lot of Brudi people outside the camp. The leader is called Hegesidas and wants to see you." The Devers immediately said, "Quick, let him in." It turned out that the previous riot in Cosenza was instigated by Hegesidas. As Pierre's army returned from attacking the fortress, these rebellious tribes, knowing that they were no match for the enemy, fled the city of Cosenza in a panic. At that time, Pinlan was busy dealing with the army of Dionia and did not have the energy to annihilate them. However, these tribes did not bring much food with them. They went into the mountains and suffered a lot. Not only did they suffer a lot, their food was almost exhausted in more than 2 days. Therefore, these tribes began to complain to Hegesidas and looked at him more and more unfriendly. At this time, the tribesmen who went out to gather information brought back a shocking piece of news. The Brudi Alliance and Dionia had a big battle at the Ponate River. In the end, the Brudi Alliance suffered a crushing defeat. The huge army that Pinlan led from Cosenza was left with very few survivors. This news immediately changed the attitude of these tribes towards Hegesidas. Hegesidas made a prompt decision and led these tribes to seek refuge from the Dionysian army. The Devers did not care too much about the sudden increase of more than 2,000 mouths that consumed military rations. He was interested in Hegesidas. This was originally a move that he made on the spur of the moment. He did not expect that Hegesidas' first answer would exceed his expectations. He looked at the man who looked like a Greek, but had a different height and messy long hair. He asked curiously, "How did you convince them?" "Sir Archon." Hegesidas knew that his opportunity had come. He explained in detail, before the establishment of the Brudi Alliance, the Cosenza Alliance, led by Pierron, had been forcefully annexing the surrounding weak tribes. Ever since the establishment of the Brudi Alliance, in order to not arouse the resentment of the great chiefs such as Vig and Abyssinia, Pinlan proposed to establish an organization called the Alliance of Chiefs to gather all the chiefs who surrendered voluntarily or were forced to surrender. It It was said that they would be in charge of managing and deciding the affairs of the alliance. In fact, these chiefs had no power at all. The affairs of the alliance were decided by the alliance's elders' council, which was made up of several great chiefs and high priests. The people of these tribes were completely separated and forced to form their own families. They were directly managed by the alliance. Of course, they had to pay taxes to the alliance every year. The tribal chiefs lost all their power, so of course they would not be willing. The warriors in the tribe were not used to it either. Sir, you should know that every tribe of these indigenous people basically has the same bloodline. After hundreds of years of reproduction, they are all related by blood. Usually, they will help each other if they have any difficulties. Now that they're suddenly separated from the tribe and have to live independently, the lives of many warriors are worse than before. Moreover, in the city of Kazensa, they're easily bullied by the warriors of the big tribes. Therefore, whether it is the chiefs or the warriors, of course, they will be dissatisfied. Devers listened attentively and nodded from time to time. He felt that, in fact, this set of measures of the Broody Alliance was a step further than the original system of the Lucario Alliance. They were preparing to completely dismantle the old tribal system and centralize the power in the upper echelons of the Alliance. If they really succeeded, they would become a great enemy of Dionia. Sir, in order to protect the Shalu tribe, you did not hesitate to start a war with the Broody Alliance. Hepsitis flattered Devers a little and continued. In order to fight, the Broody Alliance had to suspend the punishment of the tribes that surrendered later. Therefore, after I sneaked into Kazensa, I told them, Dionia will defeat the Broody Alliance and restore the rights and freedom of your tribes. At this point, Hepsitis looked at Devers carefully. He was a little worried that his decision would be criticized by Devers. You did the right thing. Devers praised him. From the bottom of his heart, he also hoped that he could do the same as the Broody Alliance, take away the power of each tribe, and put all the Broody directly under the rule of Dionia. However, the rational him knew that the result of such a reckless action would only intensify the conflict between the Greeks and the Broody. It would destroy the stability of the region, and it would not be worth it for Dionia. As an organization of the same race, the Broody Alliance was far more powerful than the other tribes. Even so, these small tribes only paid lip service to them, and even rioted. If the Greeks, who had always held a grudge against the Broody Alliance, implemented this centralization of power, it would not have a good result. Therefore, after conquering the Broody Alliance, Devers still decided to implement the same strategy as in Lucania. On the surface, they promised the tribe privileges, but secretly exerted a subtle influence on the Broody warriors through the army and culture, and finally made them break away from the control of the tribe. Chapter 335. You mean there might be another riot in Kazensa? The Devers immediately asked. That is hard to say. After thinking for a while, Hepsitis said cautiously, I heard that in order to prevent these tribal leaders from staying in the city and causing harm to the Alliance, Palin specially let them lead their former tribesmen into battle. When I brought the rebellious tribes here today, I didn't hear anything unusual in Kazensa. The Devers pondered for a moment, then said, Hepsitis, thank you very much for everything you've done for Dionia. Next time, I'll ask you about the situation in the Broody region. Don't let these tribal leaders wait outside the camp for too long. Bring them in. Hepsitis said emotionally, Sir Consul, without the protection of you and Dionia, not only would my tribesmen and I not be able to take revenge, we would have starved to death in the mountains. We are willing to do anything for Dionia. The Devers nodded emotionally, then turned around and said, Marcius, follow him to bring the tribal leaders in. Also, the Devers whispered to him, make sure to bring these people to a place where the great leader in Vigo City can see them. Sidorum was surprised to see the tribal leaders who were supposed to be in Kazensa City in the Dionia military camp. One could imagine how shocked he was. The Devers warmly received the anxious Broody tribal leaders and solemnly promised them that as long as they joined Dionia, not only would Dionia not interfere with their management of their tribes, but they would also have priority in choosing good settlements and pastures. The Devers even opened the map of Dionia and told them that not only could they choose the Brutty region, but they could also choose the other empty lands of the Dionia Alliance. The tribal leaders were reassured and happily set up tents next to the Dionia military camp, ready to help Dionia overthrow the Brutty tribal alliance that oppressed them. Only then could they get the land promised by Dionia as soon as possible. After sending them off, Divers came up with a new idea. He called Capys over and asked him to divide the 5,000 captives into 200 companies according to their tribes. The captives would then elect their own company captains, adjutants, and so on. He also asked Capys to give the newly elected company captains some prestige among the captives under their jurisdiction, as long as the captives did not run away or resist. For example, they would be given the right to distribute food, the right to distribute labor, and the right to punish their subordinates. In the Devers' plan, Turii would be the center of the city-state alliance of Dionia in the future. The Brutty region, which was very close to Turii, should become a core area of Dionia. However, the Devers were very clear that the biggest difference between the Brutty and the Lucanians was that there were no large tribes in Lucania municipality within the territory of Dionia. According to the current development of the situation, there were likely to be several large Brutty tribes when they conquered the Brutty region. They would be an unstable factor when Dionia ruled the Brutty region in the future, and it would also increase the difficulty of governance in the Brutty region. The main strategy of the Devers was to dismember it and make it bigger and smaller. The method of these 5,000 captives was to prepare in advance. Just as the Devers had begun to prepare for the conquest of the Brutty region, the city of Kazinsa was not as normal as Hephaestus had said. Instead, it was full of treacherous changes. Katark, the leader of Kazinsa, originally had the same strength as Petaru's tribe. However, ever since Petaru became the son-in-law of Penland, the situation changed. In the process of incorporating and annexing small tribes, the Petaru tribe, which had the support of Pirun, gained many benefits. The tribe's strength expanded rapidly. Not only did it quickly become the second largest tribe in Kazinsa and even the entire Brutty region, but under the guidance of Penland, Petaru also entered the highest authority of the newly established Brutty Tribal Alliance, the 7-member Elders Council. In this regard, Katark was angry and dissatisfied with the unfairness of Petaru. However, the strength of Petaru and Petaru's tribe forced him to put on a smiling face and listen obediently. For example, this time, Penland led the largest army in the history of the Brutty to fight against the Dionia, but he was asked to stay behind to guard the city of Kazinsa. He had no choice but to accept it. Even if he became the temporary master of Kazinsa, Katark did not have absolute power because he knew that the high priest Fru, whom he secretly mocked as Perrin's dog, was watching him closely. If he made a move, Ferodaru could make half of the 2,000 warriors under his command disobey his command. Of course, the other half were his tribesmen. With the army out, the city of Kazinsa was mostly empty. Naturally, there was less work to be done. Katark was bored and stayed in the Alliance meeting hall in the inner city for half a day until the guards came to report that the Brutty Alliance had been defeated and the defeated soldiers were gradually entering the city. Although they had discussed the possibility of defeat before the battle, Katark was still shocked when he heard the news. He quickly rushed to the east gate of the outer city. The scene in front of him was unbelievable. Outside the gate, there was a crowd of exhausted and disheveled, defeated soldiers. They had lost their helmets, shields, and spears. Some of them were even naked and covered in mud. They were scrambling to enter the city. At the slightest movement, they panicked and pushed each other crazily. Some of them were even pushed down the moat, screaming in pain. Once they entered the city, they immediately lay down on the ground and soon fell asleep. Katark had been on the battlefield for a long time and had suffered some defeats, but he had never seen such a scene. He could not help but be shocked. He immediately mobilized his troops to maintain order at the gate and rescue the wounded soldiers. Not long after, he saw Penland. The great leader of Kazinsa was no longer in high spirits. His eyes were lifeless, and his expression was dull. He hugged the neck of the horse tightly. The war horse was obviously exhausted. It moved forward little by little, and every step was difficult. Suddenly, it knelt on all fours, and Penlin, who was caught off guard, fell to the ground. The accompanying guards quickly went up to help him up. Penlin, who had been on the back of the horse for more than an hour, was also physically and mentally exhausted. He could barely stand with the help of the guards. When he saw Kaderk, he said weakly, be careful of the enemy's ambush." Then, he was carried into the city by the guards. Seeing Penlin in such a sorry state, Kaderk's anxious heart was inexplicably filled with a sense of schadenfreude. This feeling reached its peak when he saw Petteru. Petteru, who was 20 years younger than Penlin, was much stronger than his father-in-law in terms of physical strength. However, in terms of mental strength, he was obviously frightened by the ferocious pursuit of the Dionia cavalry. When he entered the city, he lost his mind and shouted uncontrollably in front of the defeated soldiers, "The enemy will come after us! The enemy will come after us! Quickly close the gate! Quickly close the gate!" It almost caused a huge mess. Kaderk spent a lot of effort to restore order. While he was cursing Petteru for being an idiot, he was also afraid of the Dionia that he had yet to meet. That night, Kaderk maintained a high level of vigilance. The defeated soldiers escaped back to the city one after another. The people of Cosenza who heard the bad news cried throughout the night. The entire city of Cosenza was not peaceful the whole night. Early the next morning, there were still many defeated soldiers who escaped back to the city. In the inner city's meeting hall, Penlin, who had recovered his energy and temporarily walked out of the shadow of yesterday's defeat, had a grave expression on his face. Up until now, the warriors belonging to him and the Petteru tribe that escaped back were only about 2,000. There were 700 warriors from Ambalia, about 1,000 warriors from Vigo, and the majority of warriors from other small tribes that returned were more than 4,000 people. What did this mean? It meant that the first and second largest tribes of the Briti tribe, about 8,000 people, were either killed or captured by Dionia. Such a huge number not only made him and Petteru feel extremely pained, but at the same time, it also gave the people under their command a reason to attack them, threatening their rule in the tribe. More importantly, the alliance of the Briti tribes was likely to disintegrate because Penlin, who had lost his power, also lost his influence and rallying power in the alliance. Just now, the great chief of Ambalia, Bergam, rejected Penlin's repeated request to stay and led the rest of his people away from Cosenza. Although what Penlin said was reasonable, the city of Ambalia is simple and can't defend against the attack of Dionia. It's better to temporarily move the Ambalia people to Cosenza and fight side by side. But Bergam replied solemnly, "The Ambalia people have lived in Ambalia for generations. They will not abandon their land. Even if they die, they will spill their blood there." The departure of the Ambalia people affected the Vigo warriors who had lost their great chief. They clamored to go home. It was not easy for Penlin to convince them to stay, and he promised to do his best to save Sidorum. The problem with the Vigo warriors was only a small problem. The biggest problem was that after Penlin returned to Cosenza last night, he quickly fell asleep due to the double blow of his mental and physical strength. He actually forgot to make special deployment and arrangements for the other tribal leaders who had gone out to battle. As a result, after these tribal leaders fled back to Cosenza, they did not return to their residences in the inner city, but hid in the original settlement of the tribe in the outer city. After one night, Penlin realized that he had made a big mistake. He hurriedly sent a team of warriors to urge them to return. Chapter 336. How dare they? Do they want to start a riot? After a night's rest, Petteru had regained his energy. He angrily asked Penlin, "Great leader, I'll bring 1,000 warriors to bring them back." Penlin's furrowed forehead formed a deep furrow. He shook his head and loosened his clenched fists. He turned to the high priest and said in a deep voice, "High priest, I'll have to ask you to go. Ask them what they want and try to calm them down." "Great leader," Petteru hurriedly shouted, "don't be weak to these guys. Otherwise, they will break away from our control, and they may even threaten the safety of Cosenza." As there were only 3 people in the meeting hall, Penlin, Petteru, and Feroturu, Penlin's words were not taboo. He He looked at the two of them with a worried expression and sighed heavily. The failure of this battle is all my fault. I shouldn't have fought the Dionians with wishful thinking. I thought that even if we couldn't win, given our familiarity with the terrain and the fact that our warriors had lighter equipment than the Greeks, we could easily escape from the battlefield and return to the city to defend against the enemy's siege. Sigh, I didn't expect that we would suffer such heavy losses in a single battle. Dionia is really different from the other Greek city-states like Crotone. I let my people down. Great leader, this is not your fault alone. The decision to fight with Dionia was made by the Council of Elders. Petaru comforted his father-in-law. He hesitated for a moment and whispered, "Why don't we sue for peace with Dionia?" As soon as this was said, Penland and Pharoteru were stunned. Under such circumstances, will Dionia agree to a truce with us? Pharoteru expressed his doubts. No, we could give it a try. Penland's eyes lit up. Inspired by Petaru's words, he thought further. Petaru, send a messenger to Dionia's camp and tell their governor. Kazinsa is willing to be an ally of Dionia, just like Laos. If we can make peace, Kazinsa will temporarily become a subsidiary of Dionia, and we can let the captured soldiers return. We still have time to slowly recover our strength. If we can't, we have to negotiate with them patiently. As far as I know, the governor of Dionia is not a tyrannical person, so he has spared Castellan and Crotone. So why can't he loosen the noose around Kazinsa's neck? At the very least, it will buy us some time to deal with those people outside the city. Right now, Cosenza can't afford another riot. Kazinsa's messenger rushed to Dionia's camp. When the Devers heard the messenger's intention, they immediately pointed out that Kazinsa could only be fully integrated into the Dionia alliance. There was no other way. He flatly refused the messenger's request to talk in detail. How could he give Kazinsa a chance to breathe when he had the absolute advantage? On the third day after the battle, the entire Dionia army broke camp and marched westward. The cavalry spread out 6 to 7 miles to scout the surroundings. The first legion was the vanguard, armed with armor and weapons. The second legion was on both sides of the middle of the army, protecting the supply camp, medical camp, and engineering camp in the middle. Under the supervision of the Dionia soldiers, the half-starved Briti prisoners carried the supplies, pushed the carts, and took care of the livestock. The legion's reserves and the allies served as the rear guard. The entire army marched in a mighty manner. Even on the vast plateau, it was still impossible to see the end of the army. 3 hours later, the Devers saw the big city in front of them, Kazinsa. At this time, the cavalry captain Leds rushed from the front of the army excitedly. "Sir Commander, Legio IV is rushing towards us." "That's great." The Devers were overjoyed. They excitedly squeezed the horse's abdomen. The war horse raised its hooves and galloped forward. The guards followed closely. Then, the cavalry gathered around to prevent any accidents. The Legio IV Captain Helos also rushed from the south after receiving the news. When he saw the Devers, he immediately reined in his war horse and saluted. "Sir Commander, Legio IV has conquered Canopitia. We are here on orders." "Thank you for your hard work." The Devers solemnly returned the salute. The Helos in front of them was no longer the ordinary mercenary that they first met in Persia. The long period of leading troops and handling government affairs had made him more dignified and less humble. He was now a qualified captain of the Legion of Dionysia. "Sir, I'm late. The defense of Canopitia is very tenacious. Not only did they delay our Legio IV for a long time, they also made us pay with the lives of more than 700 of our brothers." Helo's expression was slightly sorrowful. The gentleness in his bones had not changed much. The main reason why Legio IV took so long to conquer Canopitia is because of my strategic plan. It's not your fault. The sacrifice of the soldiers was worth it because you have truly taken a well-defended city head-on. This will be the most valuable military asset of Dionia. The Devers encouraged him. Furthermore, Legio IV came at the right time. With that, he pointed forward in high spirits. "Let's go. Bring me to the warriors of Legio IV." The Devers and Helos took the lead and galloped forward. Behind them were 200 guards wearing red capes, including 100 warriors from Abyssinia. Rotem held the reins in one hand and raised the glorious flag that Marcius had given him with the other. He followed closely behind the Devers' horse and galloped past the column of Legio IV. The soldiers of Dionia Legio IV stopped in their tracks and stopped talking. They looked at their supreme commander with burning eyes. The Devers had a solemn expression as they raised their right arm high above their head and stretched it forward as a salute. Suddenly, the soldiers let out thunderous cheers. Victory to Dionia! Victory to Devers! This scene made Rotem's blood boil with excitement, but at the same time, it made him envious. He deeply felt that his days of being trapped in the mountains were too boring. A man should be like a commander and gallop on the battlefield. Listen, that's the new recruits of Legio IV shouting. I heard that they came from Trine. It seems that they have already conquered Canopitia. No wonder they are so energetic. If we did not defeat the main force of Brudi, they would not have been able to conquer the city so easily. These little fellows are still far from that. In the next few days, we have to let them know that in the Dionysian army, we, the First Legion, are the strongest. The soldiers of the First Legion looked at the cheers of Legio IV with the attitude of a veteran. On top of the city wall, the Brudi soldiers looked at the scene outside the city in fear. The Long Dragon from the northeast and the Long Dragon from the southwest had gathered together and let out deafening cheers. The momentum was so majestic. Penland's expression was solemn. He had received the news of the fall of Canopitia yesterday and had specially sealed it off. He did not expect the people of Dionia to do such a thing outside the city. Looking at the expressions of the soldiers, he knew that it was a big blow to them. At this moment, Tagli's voice came from behind. The people of Dionia are so strong. We have too few people. Cosenza City is too big. It is impossible to have a comprehensive defense. It is better to surrender. When Petaru heard this, his face turned pale. He wanted to beat the old man up, but he held it in. Yesterday, under the mediation of High Priest Furu, Penland, Tagli, and him reached a settlement. The Brudi tribal alliance would return the original tribal people of Tagli and the other tribal leaders. They would no longer deprive and interfere with their rights. In the end, they also agreed to fight against the people of Dionia with Penland in Cosenza City. There was only one issue that was still being debated. Tagli and the others wanted to abolish the Council of Elders and delegate the authority to deal with the affairs of the alliance to the tribal leaders. For Penland, agreeing to their request meant that the highly centralized Brudi tribal alliance, which he had been working hard to pursue, would become a loose alliance of tribes. This was something he could not tolerate. Therefore, he used Bergam's absence and Sidorum's disappearance as an excuse to postpone this important issue. This caused dissatisfaction among the other tribal leaders. Now, both sides were at odds with each other on the surface. Faced with the pressure of the army of Dionia and the situation inside Cosenza City, how could they resist the enemy's attack? Penland was also worried. Fortunately, the Devers did not order to attack the city. Instead, they began to build a camp. Relying on the absolute advantage of 30,000 troops, he directly ordered the construction to start a mile away from the city, preparing to besiege Cosenza. The captives were taken to dig trenches. The 1st, 2nd, Legio IV, Legion Reserve Allied Army. The Devers had enough labor to build a huge barracks and enough manpower to stay alert. Just as the Devers were about to ride around Cosenza City to investigate in detail, Capys came to report. Sidorum asked to see him. You've decided? Let Vig join Dionia? The Devers suppressed the joy in their hearts and looked at Sidorum calmly. Yes, the consul of Dionia. When Sidorum saw the arrival of Dionia Legio IV, he immediately realized that what the Devers told him before was the truth. Dionia did have a strong siege ability. Therefore, he finally stopped hesitating and made up his mind. After relieving the troubles of many days, he felt much more relaxed. Chapter 337. After the last battle, many of my people must have escaped into Cosenza City. They might even be standing on top of the city walls now. Sidorum said carefully. Logically speaking, I should go to the bottom of the city now and ask them to surrender, or even persuade Penland and the others to give up resistance. However, a wolf king without a pack of wolves will not only not frighten people, but will also become the target of hunters. The people of Kazinsa will say that I surrendered to Dionia because I am afraid of death. My people will most likely be determined to fight back in order to wash away their shame. Therefore, Sidorum paused and looked at the Devers earnestly. I hope to go back to Vig City first and persuade the leaders and people of Vig City to come and join the siege of Kazinsa. I believe that it will be more helpful for Dionia to take down Kazinsa. The Devers stared at him for a moment and smiled. How long will it take to get to Vig City from here? It will take more than half a day to walk, and less than 3 hours to ride a horse. Then you will ride a horse and set off immediately. I hope to meet the leaders of Vig City in the camp tomorrow, the Devers said firmly and decisively. Sidorum was shocked and quickly bowed. As you wish, my lord. Marcius, here, take some guards and send leader Sidorum safely to the outskirts of Vig City. I believe that after seeing you, Avinogus will not stop leader Sidorum from entering the city. At the same time, tell the governor of Laos to bring his army and Vig's army here tomorrow. Understood. Marcius was a little hesitant. My lord, but here you dash. Don't worry. There are other guards and Abyssinia warriors led by Rodum. I will not have any problems. Yes. After Sidorum left, Tormid quickly asked, Commander, aren't you worried that he's lying? The Devers looked at Sidorum's back as he left with a complicated expression. Sidorum is a smart man. There's one thing he didn't mention on purpose. After being reminded by the Devers, Tormid suddenly realized those Whig prisoners in the camp. This is the hostage he left behind. If a great leader abandons his own people and escapes alone, and the Weigers find out, Sidorum has really put a lot of thought into this. The Devers smiled, her eyes shining. Actually, I don't care if he's lying or not, because he can't change the outcome of this war alone. Instead, he'll give me a reason to completely destroy the Weigers. That night, it was peaceful inside and outside the city. The next day, Penland, who had not slept the entire night, rushed to the city walls and waited for the Dionia soldiers to attack. The attack did not come, and the Dionia soldiers were still building camp. But what Penland did not know was that the Devers had already sent the First Legion to attack Ambalia. Accompanying them were more than a dozen commanders of the Legio IV, the Ballista troops, and Hegesidas. At noon, the soldiers guarding the city of Kazinsa were horrified to see an army of about 1,000 people coming from the north. They held the flag of Weigol high and circled around the north, west, and east of Kazinsa before finally entering the camp of Dionia. Then, the 2,000 Laos soldiers did the same. This gave the soldiers of Brudi a great shock. Weigol city surrendered. This was especially true for the Weigol soldiers in the city. When they saw the leader of Weigol, Sidorum, and the leader at the front of the army, they clamored to go out of the city to meet up with them. They even clashed with the soldiers of Kazinsa who came to stop them, and the two sides confronted each other in the city. Penland was in a dilemma. There were about 800 Weigol soldiers, and the total number of Kazinsa soldiers in the city was at most 5,000. Outside the city, there was an army of Dionia eyeing them covetously. He could not transfer all of them to deal with the Weigol, and the other leaders, led by Targli, refused to participate in the encirclement of the Weigol with the reason that Brudi cannot kill each other. At this time, a new situation appeared outside the city. The tribes that had rioted in Kazinsa gathered outside the city and shouted to Targli and the others to persuade them to surrender. Just as Targli and the other leaders were hesitating, the leader of Ambalia, Bergum, led a dozen cavalrymen and rushed to the city. Even Ambalia had surrendered, and this fact was a heavy blow to the Brudi soldiers in the city. In fact, it was reasonable for Ambalia, who had very few people in the city, to surrender. When the 7,000 people of the First Legion appeared outside Ambalia, and when the Ballisti fired a few stone shells to break the wooden fence, and when Hegesidas surrendered, the series of actions made Bergum, who had less than 1,000 soldiers, quickly make the right choice. Ambalia's surrender made all the Brudi in Cosenza panic even more. In this way, Cosenza was completely surrounded and isolated. Targli and the other leaders finally made up their minds and opened the city to surrender. The Dionia soldiers cheered and rushed into Cosenza. Penlin, Petaru, and Kodurk had to retreat to the inner city with their own tribal warriors. The city was in chaos. Petaru stumbled into the meeting hall. "Leader," he shouted anxiously. "Leader, damn that Kodurk." Kodurk opened the city gate and surrendered to the Dionia. Should we? Penlin, who was sitting on the wooden chair, did not panic at all. He looked at his son-in-law calmly and said with difficulty, "Surrender to the Dionia." Petaru finally got the answer he wanted. Without hesitation, he said, "Yes," and hurried out. "Petaru." Penlin stopped him and said earnestly, "As a leader of the Brudi, you are still too impatient. Next time, think before you do anything, and..." Penlin's voice became a little low. He took a breath and said, "Take care of Una." Petaru heard this and felt a little uneasy. "Father," Payan Lewin waved his hand. "Hurry up and go. Too many of our people have died." Penlin reluctantly watched Petaru's figure disappear outside the hall. He turned around tiredly. The flag of the Brudi Tribal Alliance was hanging on the wall behind him. A snow-capped mountain stood on the green grassland, representing the land where thousands of Brudi were raised and the god Umla who protected them. Penlin stepped forward and touched the flag that he had put so much effort into. His mind was full of thoughts. A unified Brudi tribal alliance was about to rise on this land. But Dionia, he resentfully repeated the name, his heart full of regret. Of course, he did not know that in the history of his previous life, Brudi became a powerful kingdom a few decades later. Not only did the Greek cities in Greece tremble under its army, but the Lacanians were also afraid of it. Crotone, Turidge, and other Greek cities were weakened by Syracuse's repeated invasions. They had no choice but to invite King Alexander of Epirus to lead an army of tens of thousands to cross the sea to southern Italy in an attempt to destroy Brudi in one fell swoop. In the end, near the Platte River, where Dionia and the Brudi allied army fought, the Brudi army almost completely wiped out the Greek allied army led by Alexander. Since then, the Greek cities in southern Italy could only hide behind the tall walls and live without leaving any records in history until the arrival of the Rome. At this time, Penlin took down the flag of the Brudi alliance and slowly wrapped it around his body. Then he pulled out the short sword at his waist. The day before Penlin committed suicide and the Devers occupied all of Brudi, the Legio III led by Hieronymus arrived at the city of Picassus. The people of Picassus, who had no soldiers to defend, opened the city gates and surrendered. When the leader of Potentia, Priamot, heard this news, he finally made up his mind and sent an envoy to Turidge, requesting to join the Dionia alliance. A month later, Metapontum and Galagusso joined the Dionia alliance one after another. At this time, the alliance of Dionia city-states occupied more than half of the land in southern Italy and Lucania, truly becoming the overlord of southern Italy. Note, according to historical data, not confirmed, the Brudi were vassals of the Lucanians for a few decades. In the end, they united and established a unified kingdom, becoming independent. At this time, the Greek cities in southern Italy were greatly weakened by the invasion of Dionysius of Syracuse, which facilitated the expansion of the Brudi forces in southern Italy. If the readers look at the map of this period, they will see that the territory of the Brudi occupied almost the entire Calabria region, except for the Greek cities along the coast. In this book, the existence of Dionia interrupted the rise of the Brudi. Of course, it also interrupted the rise of the Lucanians before. I believe that it will do the same in the later chapters. Chapter 338. When the news of Dionia's conquest of Brudi reached Syracuse, Dionysius was accompanied by Macias to inspect the construction of the defensive fortress of Syracuse. Seeing that the project was nearing completion, he was in a good mood when he suddenly heard the news. His face immediately became gloomy, and he blurted out, "Damn Carthage, they ruined my plan." In the early spring of 397 BC, Carthage Sophie Hilmirco led an army of 100,000 from Carthage. After a small-scale battle with the navy of Syracuse at sea, they successfully landed in Sicily. They quickly bought over the traders and easily captured the city of Alux in the west of Sicily. Then they attacked Moscha and succeeded. Syracuse's army was forced to withdraw from the siege of Segesta. Hilmirco did not take advantage of the victory to pursue. Instead, he destroyed the city of Moscha and built a new city near its seaside. He named it Lilybo. When Carthage's army stopped advancing, the cautious Dionysius stationed his troops in the city of Syracuse. Not long after Hilmirco laid the foundation of the new city of Lilybo, when February came, he led his army to continue to attack eastward. This time, he did not follow the attack route of Syracuse last year. Instead, he took a boat around to the northeast corner of Sicily and easily took down the defenseless Messina. The fall of Messina was a big stimulus to Lygum on the other side of the strait. This Greek city-state, which relied on its favorable geographical location and prosperous port trade, had been secretly communicating with Carthage for many years to prevent Syracuse from coveting the Strait of Messina. Suddenly, the friendly foreign city-state bared its poisonous fangs and captured Lygum's sister city-state, Messina. Why was it a sister city-state? Because Messina was first established by the joint colonization of Cumae and Chalcis. It was originally called Tranquil, and later changed its name to Messina because of the arrival of Messenian settlers. The Jonas had long realized that the safety of the other side of the strait could only be guaranteed if it was in their own hands, so they encouraged the mother city of Cumae and the Messenians to establish a friendly city of Lygum. Lygum panicked. They quickly made a decision and sent messengers to the headquarters of the Southern Alliance in Sirius, requesting to join the alliance. At this point, other than Rockley and its affiliated city-states, all the other Greek city-states in Great Hellas had formed an alliance with Dionia. After Hilmirco completely destroyed Messina, in order to curry favor with the natives of eastern Sicily, the Sicyer people, and attack Syracuse together with Carthage, he prepared to build a new city on the southern coast of Messina, Tauromenion, and gift it to the Sicyer people. By March, Dionysius felt that he could no longer allow Carthage's people to continue attacking its subordinate city-states. If he did not do something, the alliance states would likely fall to Carthage's side. So he mobilized both land and sea armies and advanced north to the Catania Plains. In the waters near Catania, a naval battle broke out between Syracuse and Carthage. Originally, the Greek warships outnumbered Carthage's people and had an advantage in terms of equipment. However, Dionysius's favoritism and his brother Leptinus's mistake as the commander of the navy caused the navy of Syracuse to suffer heavy losses. The Greek army on land watched the naval battle from shore, but when they saw the miserable state of the navy, their morale began to waver. Fortunately, the land army led by Hilmirco did not arrive on the battlefield in time, because Mount Etna, to the southwest of Tauromenion, suddenly erupted. High-temperature lava spewed down, destroying the road to the south. Black volcanic ash covered the sky, forcing Carthage's army to take a detour. The Syracuse army sang the praises of Hephaestus along the way in awe, and hurriedly returned to the city of Syracuse. Catania and Leontini fell into Carthage's hands one after another. Hilmirco finally led his army to Syracuse with the aftermath of the naval battle. The navy of Carthage also sailed into the port of Syracuse, and then they set up camp on the banks of the Aropus River, attempting to besiege Syracuse from land and sea. At this time, Dionysius hurriedly sent messengers to Campania in Italy, Corinth in Greece, and the hegemon of Sparta in order to seek emergency assistance. Although Greece was the closest place to Syracuse, Dionysius intentionally or unintentionally ignored this region and did not ask for help from the hegemon of southern Italy, Dionia. It was also impossible for Dionia to send troops without an invitation. That would make the Sicilians suspect that they had ulterior motives. Moreover, Dionia also needed time to rest, consolidate, and reorganize after going through frequent wars and rapid expansion. Therefore, when the Greek city-states in Sicily were facing the danger of falling, the people of Ionia and the Greeks of southern Italy watched from the sidelines with complicated feelings. Greek reinforcements from all over the country arrived, especially the young general of Sparta, Phoebidas, led 30 warships and 500 Sparta warriors. At this time, the citizens of Syracuse started a riot under the instigation of someone with ulterior motives. They wanted to oust Dionysius from his position. Phoebidas led the Greek coalition army from all over the country to stop the riot, but they complained to Phoebidas that it was because of Dionysius's poor command that Syracuse was in trouble, and the citizens lost their loved ones. At the same time, they recounted Dionysius's brutal rule in the country and begged their ally, Sparta, to help them get rid of the shackles of this tyrant. Phoebidas remembered Agesilaus' warning and told them with a straight face, Sparta's mission in Syracuse was to help Dionysius fight against Carthage and not to help Syracuse overthrow Dionysius. He hoped that the rioting citizens could calm down and work together to drive away Carthage's soldiers who had already surrounded the city. At the same time, he also made Dionysius promise that from now on, he would not retaliate against the citizens who participated in the riot, and that his rule would be more lenient in the future. With the full support of Sparta, Dionysius temporarily got through a difficult situation. After Carthage's people outside the city settled down, they began to destroy all the facilities outside Syracuse. Not only did they destroy farmland, villages, but they also blasphemed the gods. Not only did they destroy the temple of Zeus on the Popike Islands, but they also robbed the temples of the goddesses Demeter and Persephone. This blasphemous behavior angered the people of Syracuse, and both sides had many small-scale land and sea battles outside the city and in the big port, with both sides winning and losing. The war continued until the arrival of summer, and as the temperature rose, the situation began to favor the people of Syracuse, because the number of mosquitoes in the swamp near the Asper River increased, and the Carthage soldiers who were bitten were tortured by the plague, and the number of deaths increased. At this time, under the pressure of internal and external troubles, Dionysius also stimulated his wisdom and came up with a clever attack plan. March in the dark, use the tactic of diversion to move the enemy, and attack the weak side of the enemy's fortress at the same time with the navy and the army. Because of the plague, Carthage's morale was low, and they could not fight back in the face of the attack of Syracuse. At the cost of the lives of thousands of mercenaries, Dionysius successively captured the two fortresses built by Carthage by the Aropus River, Palicna Fortress and Dascon Fortress, built by the coast. At the same time, he defeated the Carthage navy, and Carthage suffered heavy casualties. Hamilcar's camp was surrounded in the middle, and the camp was in chaos. It was in danger of being wiped out. At this time, Dionysius ordered the attack to stop. That night, Carthage's camp and Dionysius's secret messengers frequently came and went. For the next 3 days, the two sides remained calm, and no battles broke out. On the fourth night, Hamilcar only led the remaining 33-oared warships out of the big port in a panic, abandoning most of the Carthage soldiers, allies, and mercenaries. In the end, they were all wiped out by Syracuse and its allies. After the great victory, Dionysius did not pursue Carthage's people relentlessly. He completely recovered Sicily and chased Carthage's people out of the island. Because the previous incident of Syracuse's people forcing him to abdicate made him deeply aware that only if Carthage's forces continued to exist in Sicily, his position as the Overlord would be guaranteed. Therefore, not only did he release Hamilcar's remaining troops, but he also did not continue to sweep through Carthage's colonial towns in Sicily. Instead, he began to focus on the Psyche's forces in the inland areas of Sicily. This was because the Psyches had become Carthage's accomplices in this war and caused a lot of trouble for Syracuse. This made him feel that it was not enough to unify the Greek city-states on the island. He had to expand Syracuse's influence in the Psyche's residential areas and completely turn eastern Sicily into an iron plate. Syracuse's army began to conquer the Psyche's towns, such as Moguntia, Cephaloidion, Hina, and many others. It also forced more Psyche's forces to sign subordinate agreements with it. They also surrounded the only coastal city that Himilco had built for the Psyches, Toromirion. However, they could not take it down immediately. In the second year, 396 BC, Syracuse's power had already expanded to the northeast of Sicily. On the ruins of Carthage's destruction, Dionysius rebuilt Messina. The new Messina was made up of the colonists from Syracuse's allies, Lochley and Medma. This was mainly to win over his allies in Great Greece. At the same time, there were also a few hundred Messenians who had just been driven out of their native areas by Sparta. These new residents were no longer related to the Lygium. Chapter 339. In order to maintain the friendship with Sparta, Dionysius had no choice but to move the Messenians out of Messina. He built the city of Tyndaris in an inconspicuous place not far from Messina to house the Messenians. The reconstruction of Messina and the construction of Tyndaris made Lygium feel uneasy on the other side of the strait. The people of Lygium felt that Dionysius was coveting their city-state. They even felt that joining the Southern Alliance was not very safe. This was because Syracuse had not only unified the Greek city-states in the east of Sicily, but it had also conquered the Psychier people. It was too powerful. It was doubtful that the other city-states in the Southern Alliance would be willing to fight against the powerful Syracuse for the sake of Lygium. The only one who dared to challenge Syracuse was probably Dionia, the overlord of the Southern Alliance. Therefore, the people of Lygium held a citizens' assembly. The discussion went on for a few days without any results. At this time, a fleet of Syracuse sailed into the port of Messina. This fleet was originally to escort the Syracuse army to continue their expedition to the north coast of Sicily. However, it provoked the sensitive people of Lygium. The citizens' assembly quickly passed a motion, and an envoy was quickly sent to Thurii. In the Senate of Dionia, when the envoy of Lygium mentioned that Lygium is willing to join the alliance of Dionia, the senators, including the Devers, were quite shocked. In the alliance of Dionia, Laus, Castellan, Metapontum, Elea, Heraclea, and Galagussa were all small and medium-sized city-states in the Southern Alliance. Although Potentia was a large city-state in the alliance, it was forced to join the alliance of Dionia. It was not very obedient to Dionia. In the past 2 years, Dionia had been busy reorganizing and governing Bruttii and Picassus. It had not had the time to care about Potentia, which was far away in the northern mountainous region of Dionia. Now, Lygium had volunteered to join the alliance of Dionia. One had to know that Lygium was not only a powerful city in Greece, but it was also the top city in terms of sea trade and wealth. With the addition of Lygium, the merchant ships and fleets of Dionia could smoothly pass through the Strait of Messina. Not only would it be more convenient to trade with Iberia, Gaul, and the western Mediterranean. At the same time, it would also be more conducive for the navy to protect Dionia's cities on the west coast of Italy, Napatia, Picassus, and the allied city-states Laus and Elea, connecting the territorial waters of Dionia. The elders of Dionia were naturally overjoyed and prepared to accept Lygium into their ranks. However, Lygium's emissary had one condition. The Archon and Devers of Dionia had to marry a Lygium woman, and this woman had already been chosen by the Lygium. Her name was Agnes. Who was Agnes? She was known as the Rose of Lygium, and was extremely beautiful at the age of 16. She even attracted a marriage proposal from the tyrant of Syracuse, Dionysius, but was firmly rejected by the vigilant Lygium. The furious Syracuse emissary said, "Our all-powerful general will open his eyes and see who is more qualified than him to marry Agnes." Then Dionysius turned around and proposed to marry the woman of Rockley. He decorated the passenger ship that welcomed Rockley's wife with jewels and dazzling gold. This became a hot topic in Greece at the time. In Lygium, Agnes had never been able to marry because of the words left behind by the Syracuse emissary. As Syracuse continued to expand and become more powerful, not only the men of Lygium, but the entire city-state did not want to anger Dionysius, thus making Lygium the target of the tyrant of Syracuse's wrath. In the end, a few years passed like this. Agnes was already a single woman at the age of 21, Greek women usually married after the age of 14, which was the end of puberty, but no one dared to marry her. She had no choice but to become the priestess of the famous virgin goddess Artemis. Now faced with the threat of Syracuse, the realistic and sophisticated people of Ligwam believed that the Devers were the true rulers of Dionia. Thus, they wanted to use Agnes to bind the Devers to Ligwam and deal with Dionysius together. The Devers saw through the intentions of the Ligwam people and immediately refused. Who knew that a few days later, the Ligwam emissary would actually persuade most of the senators of the Senate, including Merzes, Marigi, Kinrata, Cornelis, and the others, to jointly visit the Devers, hoping that he would agree to Ligwam's request. They also refuted the Devers' claim that they had to abide by the law of monogamy in Dionia. This was because there was no such mandatory rule in Dionia's laws. It was just a custom. Even in Athens, where monogamy was once explicitly stipulated during the Great Plague before the War of Peloponnesus, polygamy was encouraged due to the large decrease in population. At the same time, they also emphasized that Dionysius of Syracuse and the other tyrants of Sicily had multiple wives. Thus, the life consul of Dionia, the hegemon of southern Italy, could also do the same. They also refuted the Devers' worry that Dionia would be dragged into the war with Syracuse by Ligwam. Felicius, Antonius, and the others believed that although Syracuse seemed powerful, the people of Carthage would always be its greatest enemy. How would Dionysius dare to risk fighting on both sides and rashly offend the equally powerful Dionia? In fact, the news from Sicily seemed to prove this point. The army of Syracuse swept westward along the northern coast of Sicily and began to approach the city of Souris. Finally, the Carthage Senate, which had been enraged by Dionysius's army besieging Tauromenion, finally made up its mind. It appointed Margo, the younger brother of Hermico, as its commander-in-chief. It recruited soldiers and prepared to lead the army to Sicily to resist the attack of Syracuse. For the senators in charge of political affairs in the Senate of Dionia, accepting Ligwam was not a great risk. On the contrary, it was a great benefit. For the senators in charge of military affairs, Ligwam had a relatively powerful naval fleet, which could make up for the shortcomings of Dionia. Under the persuasion of the crowd, the Devers were somewhat hesitant. At this time, his wife, Christoia, stood up and expressed her support for the Senate's wish for the Devers to marry another wife of Ligwam. She also persuaded the Devers to accept Agnes. Christoia, who was born in Miletus, Asia Minor, had been influenced by Persia's culture since childhood. She was not too resistant to polygamy. Back then, Cyrus the Younger had more than 10 favored concubines. Moreover, as a successful merchant, she knew the importance of Ligwam's allegiance to Dionia's trade. The Devers were finally persuaded to marry the 21-year-old Agnes of Ligwam into the official residence of the Archon of Dionia. Ligwam also successfully joined the Dionia alliance. This matter shocked the entire Greek Empire. When Dionysius received the news, he was leading his army to besiege Souris. He had already ordered a retreat, but he gave a new order: blow the bugle horn to attack. In these 2 years on the land of Asia Minor, the Greek allied army led by Dicratus created a lot of trouble for Persia. Thus, in 396 BC, King Artaxerxes of Persia, under the suggestion of his mother, appointed Canaan of Athens, who was temporarily living in Persia, as the commander of the Persian navy. Canaan was originally the commander of the Athens navy. In the Battle of the Ram River, he suffered a crushing defeat to Sparta's Lysander, which ultimately led to Athens' surrender to Sparta. Canaan fled to Persia and never forgot to take revenge on Sparta. Thus, he often tried to curry favor with the queen mother of Persia, Palusatis. Now that he finally had military power in his hands, he immediately led 300 Persia warships and actively cooperated with the Persia's land forces. Soon, Sparta's army suffered heavy casualties and fell into a predicament. Thus, Persia proposed a truce and peace talks, but Sparta refused. At this time, Sparta, who was already the overlord of Greece, was unwilling to accept peace talks when they were in a passive state. Not only would the terms of the peace talks be very unfavorable to Sparta, but it would also damage the prestige of Sparta among the Greek city-states. Thus, the Council of Elders decided to send King Agesilaus to replace Dicrates and start a bigger war in Asia Minor. Agesilaus had always shown his amiable and humble side in front of the Sparta people. However, under the mask of obeying Sparta's traditions and laws, he hid an ambition that no one knew. He longed for great glory and worshipped ancient heroes. He hoped to use unprecedented victories to make the world forget his lame foot and only remember his achievements. So when he received the order from the Council of Elders, he already saw himself as this era's Agamemnon to conquer the new Troy, which was Persia. Thus, he led a part of his army to the city of Aulis, located in the Boeotia region. The most famous city-state in this region was the Thebes, to offer sacrifices to the temple of Artemis, just like Agamemnon, the king of kings, had done before he led all the Greek armies to cross the sea to attack Troy. However, during the solemn worship process, the Thebes appeared. They claimed that the Sparta's actions did not inform the Thebes and forcibly stopped the ceremony. This incident cast a shadow over the already tense relationship between Sparta and the Thebes. For the extremely proud Agesilaus, this was a great humiliation. From then on, he remembered the Thebes. In the end, Agesilaus led an army of 2,000 new Sparta citizens and a 30-man military council, including Lysander, and quietly crossed the sea to Asia Minor and settled in Ephesus. Chapter 340. As the Sparta hero who defeated Athens, Lysander had once set up a puppet regime loyal to Sparta and Athens' sea allies. Now that he had come to Asia Minor, the authorities of these city-states fought to visit him, follow him around, and make various requests to him, as if he was the real king and Agesilaus was just a follower. But soon, Lysander had a taste of Agesilaus' power. Any request he made to Agesilaus, even if it was reasonable, was rejected by the Sparta king. Agesilaus even secretly sent people out to spread the news that Lysander was just an ordinary member of Sparta's 30-man military council and had no power. As a result, Lysander's promises to these people were ultimately unable to be fulfilled, causing the authorities of these city-states to realize that the situation had changed, and they turned to please Agesilaus. Agesilaus' distance from Lysander made Lysander feel uneasy. He finally realized that he had been blind in the beginning. This new king was definitely not a mediocre person who could be manipulated by others. At that moment, Lysander was no longer the glorious Sparta hero from a few years ago. The failure of his plot to overthrow the Sparta system and the wariness of the other people in the Elder Council had caused him to be stripped of his real power. In the end, he had no choice but to take the initiative to propose to Agesilaus that he was willing to head to the Hellespont Strait and rope in the city-states that had previously been dependent on Persia. Agesilaus agreed to his request. After dealing with the ambitious Lysander, Agesilaus began to show his military talent. He was more flexible in using troops than Dicrates. He moved back and forth between the territories of the two Persia governors, Tsaphnes and Phanabotsos, causing the Persia army to be at a loss. In the Battle of Sardis in the spring of 395 BC, Tsaphnes's army suffered heavy losses. Due to this fiasco, the mother of Artaxerxes of Persia, Palisutis, finally seized the opportunity to have her son remove Tsaphnes from his position and finally execute him, thus avenging the death of her youngest son, Cyrus the Younger. When the news reached Agesilaus' army, the mercenaries who had experienced the great retreat of 10,000 cheered thunderously. Xenophon even wrote a letter to the Devers in Thurii to express his joy and admiration for Agesilaus, the king of Sparta. Agesilaus' military campaign in Asia Minor put a lot of pressure on Persia. The king of Persia had to mobilize troops from other regions to deal with Sparta's attack. As a result, other regions were left defenseless. In the farthest province of Egypt from Persia, the Egyptians who had been resisting Persia's rule finally seized this opportunity. Under the leadership of Acarus, they successfully drove out the Persia, achieved independence, and rebuilt the kingdom of Egypt. Acarus also became the new pharaoh. This was the 29th dynasty in ancient Egyptian history. In order to recapture Egypt, Persia sent messengers to Agesilaus many times in 395 BC to propose peace talks, but Agesilaus rejected Persia's proposal. Artaxerxes, the king of Persia, could see that Sparta had no intention of withdrawing from Asia Minor. On the contrary, Agesilaus' ultimate target was himself. So, the angry Artaxerxes, under the suggestion of his ministers, sent messengers to Greece and began to bribe the generals and counselors of the city-states who had a bad relationship with Sparta, such as Thebes, Corinth, and Argos. The only condition was that they must go to war with Sparta. The answers of these city-states were very similar. Even without the money, they were eager to go to war because Sparta was too overbearing. Not only did they not respect them, but they also repeatedly harmed the interests of their city-states. Under the urging of Persia's messengers, these city-states began to quietly discuss forming an alliance. Among them, the Thebes are the most enthusiastic about declaring war on Sparta. They began to provoke their own ally, Rhoecles, into a conflict with Phocis, the ally of Sparta. When Phocis finally invaded Rhoecles, the Thebes declared that Phocis had invaded their ally, and in order to protect their ally, they declared war on Phocis. Thus, the Thebes gathered an army to invade Phocis' territory. The weak Phocis had no choice but to ask for help from Sparta. Although Phocis was small, it was an important city-state in the region of Delphi, which was conducive to Sparta's involvement in the religious affairs of Delphi. Moreover, the Spartans still remembered the Thebes' contempt and destruction of their temple sacrifices before the expedition to Persia. Thus, they were very happy to find a reason to attack the Thebes and immediately decided to punish the Thebes for their disrespect toward Sparta. Thus, the Sparta army divided into two groups to invade the Thebes. One group was led by another Sparta king, Pausanias, to the north, while the other group was led by Lysander, who had already returned to Sparta, to Phocis to organize a local coalition army to attack the Thebes from the south. Lysander completed his task quickly and excellently, and even instigated the Ocomanus in the region of Piotia to rebel. Faced with the powerful threat of Sparta, the Thebes turned to the nearest powerful state, Athens, for help. After a series of hardships, such as their defeat in the War of Peloponnesus, the dark rule of the 30 tyrants, and the restoration of the Democrats, the people of Athens shed their former arrogance. At home, they used a moderate system to reconcile the differences between the Democrats and the nobles. Externally, they treated their former allies as equals. Under this steady and pragmatic policy, after nearly a decade, the power of Athens quickly recovered. The powerful Athens wanted to break away from the control of Sparta and gain true freedom in military and commerce. Thus, after receiving the request for help from the Thebes, Athens held a citizens' assembly. At the assembly, the majority of the citizens voted in favor of an alliance with their former archenemy, the Thebes, and a war against Sparta. In the end, the democratic leader, Thrasybulus, who once led the resistance in a difficult battle and finally overthrew the rule of the 30 tyrants and brought the rebirth of Athens, reported the decision of the people of Athens to the envoy of the Thebes and said in a firm tone, "Although the port of Piraeus has no walls yet, we, the people of Athens, will bravely face the danger and fight side by side with you, the people of Thebes, against the cruel Sparta." The people of Thebes were moved. The two city-states, who had been enemies for decades, quickly signed an alliance, declaring that the Thebes and Athens would form an eternal alliance. At the same time, the troops led by Lysander and Pausanias approached the region of Piotia from the south and north respectively. They agreed to meet near the city of Haliartus, an ally of the Thebes to the south. However, when Lysander arrived, Pausanias' army was still nowhere to be seen. Lysander tried to persuade the people of Haliartus to betray the Thebes. The people of Haliartus pretended to agree and secretly stalled for time. When the reinforcements of the Thebes arrived, they suddenly left the city and attacked Lysander's army from the front and back with the Thebes army. As the founder of Sparta's hegemony, Lysander died unexpectedly in this sudden battle. However, in the following battle, The people of Thebes failed to completely defeat the remnants of the army that had lost its leader. Instead, they suffered heavy losses. The next day, Pausanias arrived with his army. When the people of Thebes saw that the people of Sparta had the advantage in numbers and the orderly formation of the army, their morale immediately dropped. However, Pausanias did not immediately lead his army to attack. Instead, he set up camp nearby. On the third day, the reinforcements from Athens also arrived. The people of Thebes immediately gained confidence. They formed a formation with the people of Athens, ready to fight the people of Sparta. However, Pausanias did not immediately lead his army to close in on this coalition army, nor did he accept the enemy's challenge. Instead, he summoned his team officers to discuss. Should we start the war immediately or sign a truce? This would make it easier for them to retrieve the bodies of Lysander and the other fallen soldiers. In the end, the people of Sparta decided to call a truce. After the two sides negotiated, the army of Sparta withdrew from Pyotia with the bodies of their comrades. The ordinary people of Sparta were grieved when they saw Lysander's body. They recalled the great contributions that Lysander had made to Sparta and turned their grief into anger. They accused the king of Sparta, Pausanias, of deliberately delaying the meeting time, causing Lysander's death and his crime of retreating without fighting. The elders of the Council of Elders did not fully defend the king of Sparta because Lysander's death and Sparta's retreat had a huge impact. It directly led to the conclusion of the anti-Sparta alliance by four important Greek city-states: Thebes, Athens, Corinth, and Argos. Thus, the king of Sparta, Pausanias, was convicted and exiled. The people of Sparta realized that this anti-Sparta alliance was a great threat to Sparta's hegemony. They quickly gathered their troops in an attempt to destroy this alliance. The anti-Sparta alliance also quickly gathered their troops in the Isthmus of Corinth, hoping to resist Sparta's attack, then counterattack into Sparta's territory and completely burn down the hornet's nest. Thus, the two sides began a long battle in the Isthmus of Corinth. In the same year, there was also a war in Sicily. The armies of Syracuse and Carthage had been fighting on the northern coast of Sicily for more than half a year. When the time came to 494 BC, the important countries and city-states of the Mediterranean were in a quagmire of war, but Greece had already enjoyed more than 3 years of peace. Early in the morning, Lycasus came to the clinic and started cleaning and arranging things. As a physician's apprentice, he was responsible for the preparation work every day. He firmly believed that only hard work could win his teacher's trust and learn real medical skills. Today, he was in a particularly good mood because he was going to accompany his teacher on a long journey. When Nicostratus, the physician, slowly came to the clinic, Lycasus had already packed the package. Nicostratus, who never liked to worry about trivial matters, only asked, "Did you bring everything?" Chapter 341. Lycasus closed the door and hung a wooden sign that said, "Out, closed." "Hey, Nicostratus, you're going out?" The owner of the butcher shop across the street waved his knife and shouted. Nicostratus snorted and ignored the butcher. He had always thought that it was because of the butcher's loud peddling across the street every day that the rich were not willing to go to his clinic. He had thought of moving the clinic several times, but the housing prices in Ciudad Crotone were not low. The location of the house he could afford was not as good. Therefore, he had always been rude to this rude neighbor. "How long are you going to be out?" The owner of the butcher shop was used to the doctor's attitude. Seeing that he did not answer, he continued to ask loudly. The well-behaved Lycasus saw that his teacher's face was gradually becoming gloomy and quickly answered for him. "I'll be out for about 20 days, Uncle Marcus." "That's so long." The owner of the butcher shop exclaimed. "We're sick. What if you're not here?" Nicostratus's face twitched a few times. He could not help but shout back. "Then bear with it and don't get sick until I come back. It's not up to me to decide whether I get sick or not. It's all a prank by the gods." The owner of the butcher shop complained. Nicostratus did not want to talk to her anymore and strode forward. "Dr. Nicostratus, where are you going after being out for so long?" Another person asked. This time, Nicostratus stopped in his tracks because the person who asked was a merchant from the bakery. He was a rare and important customer, and every time he came to see him, he would pay a lot of money. To Turii, he answered seriously, Turii, you're invited to treat your illness, right? The merchant saw Lycasus carrying a medical box and said proudly, the medical skills of our Crotone are famous throughout Greece. Dionia only has a larger territory and can fight wars. In other aspects, it is far inferior to Crotone, which has a long history. His words resonated with the owner of the butcher shop. You're absolutely right. Those people in the north are actually refugees. How can they have any culture or city-state traditions? Dionia's influence in Great Greece was growing year by year, causing the ordinary people of Crotone, who were once strong, to feel disappointed. Out of a sour grapes mentality, they always like to compare some of the advantages of their city-state with Dionia, and then make sarcastic remarks about the people of Dionia in order to obtain some kind of psychological satisfaction. Nick said a few perfunctory words to Tratus and quickly walked out of his neighborhood. Ignorant. At this time, he softly spat out. The rise of Crotone medicine originated from Democritus 100 years ago. When he was young, this Crotone man was determined to become the best doctor in the Mediterranean. He traveled around the various states to learn medicine, and after he finished his studies, he practiced medicine in Athens. Because of his good medical skills, he earned a lot of money. Later, he went to the island of Samos to treat his tyrant. In the end, Persia attacked Asia Minor, and Samos fell. He became a prisoner and was escorted to Susa. Coincidentally, the king of kings, Darius, fell ill, and he was cured. Only then did he escape from prison and serve the royal family. But he was restricted from returning to Greece. After living in Persia for 5 or 6 years, he missed his distant hometown very much. One day, Darius's queen, the daughter of Cyrus, the founding king of Persia, Atassa, had a lump on her thigh. No one could treat it, and she suffered greatly. Atassa heard that Democritus was a skilled doctor, and with the thought of giving a try, she invited the Greek to the inner court to treat her, and promised that if he cured her, the queen would agree to any of his requests. As a result, Democritus helped Queen Atassa recover. At his request, Atassa suggested to Darius that Democritus could take Persia's spies around Greece to gather intelligence in preparation for the future conquest of Greece. Darius agreed, and Democritus also vowed to return to Susa. As a result, after leaving Persia, he found an opportunity to escape Persia's surveillance and fled back to Crotone. At that time, although Persia was strong, it had not yet declared war on Greece, and it could not affect the western Mediterranean thousands of miles away, so it could only leave it be. Democritus opened a clinic in his hometown, widely accepting apprentices, and selflessly imparted his years of experience as a doctor, as well as his combined medical skills in Greece and Persia, which greatly improved the medical skills of Ciudad Crotone, and made Crotone's doctors second to none in Greece for a century. However, in recent years, the medical skills of Dionia, like the strength of its alliance, improved rapidly. It was said that some of the difficult and complicated diseases that Crotone's doctors could not solve were miraculously cured or improved by Dionia's doctors. Some Greeks who were not part of the Dionia alliance and were terminally ill tried to go to Dionia's hospitals for treatment, and most of them happily returned to their homes. Just like that, the reputation of the excellent medical skills of Dionia, taught by Pluto, gradually spread. As far as Nicostratos knew, many wealthy citizens of Crotone often went to Dionia's center, Turii, for treatment. The doctors of Dionia had even set up an organization called the Southern Italian Medical Forum, which was held every spring, inviting doctors from the Dionia Alliance and its allies to gather in Turii to discuss new medical discoveries and exchange medical skills. Last year was the first year, and the conservative Nicostratos did not attend. However, when he chatted with his colleagues who returned, they said a few words about the novel medical theories and methods they learned from Dionia. After being surprised, Nicostratos began to ponder. Therefore, at the beginning of this year, when Turii Hospital sent out invitations to its allies, he could not wait to set off. Originally, it would only take half a day to reach Turiai by boat from the port, but unfortunately, Nicostratos suffered from seasickness, so he could only travel by land. When they arrived at the north gate, another doctor, Stesippus, was already waiting there. The three of them left Ciudad Crotone, stepped on the soft dirt road, and headed north. The three of them arrived at the pontoon bridge on the Neto River. During the Second War of Crotone, the pontoon bridge was burned down to prevent the Dionia from breaking into Ciudad Crotone. When it was rebuilt, for some reason, the bridge was not only narrow, but also less stable than before. Stesippus could not help but complain on the way. The bridge on the Neto River in Turiai is a real wooden bridge. Not only is it wide and flat, but boats can also pass under it. Compared to them, our pontoon bridge looks more like it was built by the natives. Nicostratos did not say anything. He remembered that last year, Crotone had held a citizens' meeting to discuss whether to invite the Dionia to help them build a wooden bridge on the Neto River. Most of the proud citizens of Crotone were against it, and the proposal was not passed. Nicostratos himself was one of them. Like the majority, he thought that it was fine as long as the roads and bridges could be used. The money from the national treasury should be used to repair public facilities such as theaters, arenas, and temples. They could even provide extra benefits for citizens on special occasions. Due to the blessings of the gods, the weather in Greece had been good for the past few years, and the crops had been harvested. Coincidentally, there had been frequent wars in the past 2 years, and the price of grain had risen. After the citizens had saved enough for themselves, they sold grain on the market and made a small profit. Therefore, spring came early this year, and the citizens brought their slaves to plant wheat seedlings in the fields early. Walking on the Croton plains, one could see lush green wheat fields as far as the eye could see. The slaves worked hard in the fields. There was more rain in spring, and the roads became muddy. In order to avoid tripping, Nicostratos and his group walked slowly. They only walked out of Crotone's territory in the afternoon. When they trudged through the slippery mud, and their feet began to ache, they saw a flat and wide road in front of them. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Teacher Stesippus, like Cassis, who had never traveled far in his life, shouted excitedly, "Is this the Cremissa Asprostum Avenue that Dionia built?" "That's right." Stesippus glanced at Nicostratos. "Old friend, what do you think of this road?" Nicostratos snorted and did not say anything. He walked straight forward until he came to an empty stone block in the middle of the pedestrians who were resting on the sidewalk. He had a problem with his waist to begin with, and he felt like his waist was about to break after the long walk. Lycassus was young and full of energy. Seeing the bustling traffic on the main road, he even crossed the drainage ditch and tried to walk on the main road. In the end, he was almost hit by a pack cart and was scolded by the coachman. Embarrassed, he retreated back to the sidewalk. Nicostratos only quieted down after scolding him. But after a while, he pulled Stesippus and asked, "What's that cart for?" Looking in the direction he was pointing, a 2-horse pack cart with a canopy was heading north at a relatively fast speed. The sides of the tarpaulin were painted with the Dionia's symbol, double fork and 3-headed dog. The cars on the avenue deliberately moved to the sides. "That's a mail cart." "A mail cart?" "That's what the people of Dionia call it. It's responsible for delivering letters and parcels between the two places." "It's said that Dionia has a department dedicated to this," Stesippus said. "That's a good idea. It's convenient for the people of the city," Nicostratos interrupted. "If only Crotone had a mail cart. At least we wouldn't have to run back and forth to deliver medicine to the patients." "It's a waste of time," Lycassus said enviously. Chapter 342. We don't have any other cities in Crotone. It's a waste to use the treasury's money to pay for the mail. If Asprostum still belonged to us, we could consider it. But if that's the case, our roads and bridges would have to be built like this. Stesippus stomped his foot. Indeed, the uneven dirt roads in Crotone could easily cause a carriage to fall apart. Asprostum. It was a pain in the hearts of the people of Crotone. Nicostratus snorted and cursed. "It's all the council's fault. You know, a few years ago, this was the Croton Plains. It was fertile land. Now it belongs to the people of Dionia. We should get going." or we won't be able to make it to Cremissa tonight. Statipus changed the topic and reminded the two. How far are we from Cremissa? Nixstratus asked, rubbing his thigh. He was a little tired since he didn't come out often. Statipus stood up and looked ahead. He pointed ahead and said, Lycasus, go take a look at that stone tablet. How far is it to Cremissa? Is the distance carved on the tablet? Lycasus walked over, puzzled. After a while, he pointed at the tablet and shouted, 20 miles from Cremissa. Is this it? Yes. And there's a small house carved on the next line. It's written 5 miles. What does that mean? It means there's a station 5 miles ahead. It can provide temporary rest, food, and even accommodation. A passerby beside Lycasus replied. Oh, thank you. Lycasus thanked him politely. Your doctors? The man asked with a smile when he saw the medical box he was carrying. Yes, I'm going to Turii with my teacher to participate in a medical forum. The doctors of Dionysia have superb medical skills, and they are blessed by Hades. They can save the dying. You have found the right place to learn. The man had a look of understanding. What a coincidence. I'm going to Turii too. The man's words made Nixstratus uncomfortable. He stood up and said, Let's go. We still have to hurry. They walked on the sidewalk. Beyond the sidewalk were fields of wheat that were being plowed. It was no different from what he had seen before. The difference was that the aqueducts were crisscrossed, wider, and deeper, but the slaves worked with greater zeal, and even sang in the midst of their labors, which their masters did not restrain, and some even sang in reply. Compared to the dullness of the Crotone slaves, the Dionia slaves were more like normal people, and this was not an isolated phenomenon. Almost all the Dionia slaves that Lycasus had seen were in such a state. Lycasus didn't quite understand. He was born in a peasant family, so he knew the life of a farmer very well. Crotone farmers usually had 1 or 2 slaves, as they couldn't afford any more. Since they needed labor to do farm work, they were very dependent on their slaves. Unlike the various workshop owners in the city who desperately squeezed them, the slaves were treated as part of the family. When Lycasus was a child, he had been carefully taken care of by his family's slaves. He had always thought that the simple and honest old man Thrace was more like a father than his own father. The Crotone farmers treated their slaves well enough. Could it be that the Dionia people treated their slaves better? Lycasus felt that it was somewhat impossible. He wanted to ask Statius, but when he turned his head, he saw that the two of them were discussing medical matters, so he had to give up for the time being. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw the man who had spoken before walking not far behind him. His heart skipped a beat, and he slowed down his pace. My name is Lycasus from Crotone. Thank you for your reminder. My name is Caldius, a Silesian. The man smiled warmly. I have been to Taurus many times, so I know more about Dionia. If there is anything you don't understand about this city-state alliance, feel free to ask me. The man seemed to have read his mind. Lycasus scratched his head in embarrassment and asked, I don't understand why these slaves are so happy. Caldius looked in the direction that Lycasus was pointing and saw the slaves singing in the wheat field. He thought for a moment and said, That's because they have hope. Hope. Caldius' expression became solemn, and his voice was slow and long. The great Pluto once said, Everyone's fate is different. Some are born rich, some poor, some unfortunate to become slaves, and some lucky to become nobles. But as long as you always have kindness in your heart and don't give up when your life ends and you are judged by Hades, in the face of the golden scales of justice and selflessness, status, and wealth in life are only illusory. What truly decides each person's soul is to go to the beautiful Elysee or the terrible hell. This is what you do in your life. The good go to the Elysee, and the evil go to hell. The hard work can enjoy music and food, and the easy work and hate work will forever be forced to do hard labor. Lycasus was stunned. You mean these slaves work so enthusiastically for the sake of entering the Elysee in the future? It's not entirely because of this. Caldius said softly. The consul Devers of Dionia, who have the blood of the Hades, were inspired by the Father and passed a bill in the Senate. Every year on the Hades celebration, The slaves of the city-state who have performed well will be granted freedom. And the Devers will also grant freedom to their slaves who have performed well on this day. Because the Devers are loved and respected by the people of Dionia, they are influenced by the consul. If they have the power to spare, they will also consider granting freedom to the private slaves who have contributed to their family. I remember that last year, a Nubian slave was sent by his master to the port market to buy goods. He rescued 2 children from drowning in the Kekrati River. Not only was the father of the children willing to pay for his freedom, but the people of the city unanimously asked for his freedom. So you see, with such an atmosphere in Dionia, how can these slaves not do their best to perform? Lycasus nodded. Although the Crotone also granted freedom to their slaves, they did not use a bill like Dionia to enact it. Moreover, the number of times the slaves were released was so high and so many. In fact, there was another reason that Chaldeas did not understand. Although the age composition of the citizens and prospective citizens of Dionia was mainly young and middle-aged, due to the large number of immigrants in Dionia, the number of times the citizens had to participate in military training was more than 10 times that of the Crotone. They also had to undertake some garrison duties. They did not have more energy and time to take care of their own land. They relied more on the slaves. Therefore, not only did they see the slaves as part of their family, but they also had more autonomy in their work, which was more conducive to the slaves' enthusiasm. That's why the slaves of Siloton have been escaping to Kinapatisha from time to time in the past 2 years, Chaldeas added. There's also a large-scale slave escape in Crotone. Lycasus remembered, but it was not to Kinapatisha, but to Asprustum, which is not far from Crotone. At that time, we even held a citizens' meeting and sent people to protest to Asprustum, asking for the return of the escaped slaves. They quickly escorted the slaves back. If the Silatorians and Crotone do not make any changes on the slave issue, there will be more such incidents in the future. Chaldeas sighed. As a Silatorian, he did not seem to be worried about this. Instead, he was happy to see it happen. Of course, the young Lycasus did not think too much about it. He asked another question. "Oh, right, you just said those words that Pluto Hades said. Why haven't I heard of them before? There are too many things about the gods that you have not heard of." Chaldea's eyes lit up. You should know that when Zeus and his siblings worked together to overthrow their father, Cronus, and divided the power of their father, Hades, as the eldest brother, could have chosen the sky or the sea as his divine realm. But he chose the dark and damp hell, and thus lived underground for a long time. He created a fair and selfless abode for the weak human souls, and ensured the stability of the world above. Isn't he great? Is that so? Lycasus said suspiciously. Everyone knows that Hades was forced to choose hell. Have you ever thought about who passed down the truth that you know? Without the permission of Zeus, the master of the gods, how could such a secret be known to us ordinary humans? Zeus ruled over the Olympian gods, and of course he would use the contents of the rumors to his advantage. Pluto Hades was introverted, and his appearance was a little gloomy. The Greeks did not like him, so they all believed the rumors. Chaldeas said solemnly, but in fact, among the gods, Hades was the most loyal to his duty and kept to his place. Zeus, wanton and willful. Poseidon, violent and ruthless. Ares, crazy and bloodthirsty. Hermes, mischievous and playful. Hephaestos, drunken and promiscuous. Apollo, proud and sinister. Only Hades, have you ever heard of anything bad happening to him? After listening to Chaldea's words, Lycasus felt a little dazed. He covered his forehead and said, after a long time, he took Demeter's daughter, Parphone, as his wife. Chaldeas had a look of, "I knew you would say this," on his face. He explained seriously, no goddess was willing to go there because of the harsh underground environment. Hades had no choice but to take a wife for himself by force. Note, the description of the stone tablets in this chapter is not from the modern era. In the early days of the Roman Empire, there were humanized designs for the stone tablets, very similar to the signs of today. Roman merchants also sold a kind of iron cup to travelers, engraved with detailed roadmaps of each province to facilitate travel. Chapter 343. But Hades doesn't just rob randomly. Persephone has the power of her mother, Demeter, and can help Hades control the underground resources. Moreover, Persephone is beautiful and kind and can pacify the restless souls in hell. Facts have also proven that Hades and his wife Persephone have always respected and loved each other, far better than Zeus and Hera, or Poseidon and his queen. They rule hell fairly and strictly, upholding the good and punishing the evil. The people of the world are afraid of the punishment after death, so they don't indulge too much in life, and our city-state society is stable. Therefore, Hades is the god who has helped us the most. Caldas said sincerely. Caldas' words completely reversed Lycasus' understanding of the gods. He wanted to refute, but he felt that Caldas' words made some sense. After a while, he murmured, "Are you the priest of Hades?" "I wish I was, but I'm not," Caldas said regretfully. "I'm a merchant. A year ago, when I went to Turii to do business, I fell seriously ill and almost lost consciousness. My despicable slave even stole my purse. I thought I would quietly go to Hades in a foreign land." Caldas was immersed in the memories of the past. "But when I woke up, I found myself on a warm bed in the side hall of the Temple of Hades. The saintess in white robes served me with food and medicine, and the kind priest came to visit and comfort me from time to time. I quickly recovered. Not only did the priest of Hades not ask for money from me, but he even gave me money to go home. The great Hades saved my life." Caldas sobbed, and his eyes were a little wet. "Later, I learned that the Temple of Hades didn't just treat me like this. They treated every Greek in danger with the same kindness. Tell me, is there any other temple that treats its people as well as the Temple of Hades?" "No." After listening to Caldas, Lycasus couldn't help but yearn for the Temple of Hades in Turii. "That's why I've decided to go to Turin and serve Hades," Caldas said with determination. "In the future, I will return to the west courtyard and build a temple for Hades." At dusk, Nisostratus and his entourage arrived at the southern bank of the Umbria River. They crossed the wooden bridge over the river and entered the city of Cremissa. "I've asked all the hotels here, and they're all full. How are things on your side?" Nicostratus knew that something was wrong when he saw Statipus walking over with a dejected look on his face, but he still held onto a glimmer of hope. Statipus shook his head. "It's the same for the inns in the northern part of the city. I heard that it's because the marriage festival of Dionia is coming. Many engaged men and women in the city of Espustum have to rush to the Temple of Hera in Turii to attend the wedding ceremony, so the hotel rooms are fully booked." The sky was about to turn dark. The two of them were anxious, but there was nothing they could do. Were they going to sleep on the streets tonight? Thinking of this, Nicostratus subconsciously hugged his frail body tightly. "I have an idea." At this moment, a voice came from behind him. Seeing that the person who spoke was the Solidian he didn't like, Nicostratus couldn't care less about being reserved. "What is it? Come with me." Caldas smiled mysteriously and brought them to a place. "This is a temple?" Nicostratus looked at the building in front of him in confusion. Its shape was similar to the temples Nicostratus had seen before, but it was also different. There were no walls. "This is the Temple of Hades." Statipus had stayed in Turii, after all. "What are we doing here?" Nicostratus suddenly felt nervous. The eerie and terrifying Hades was the master of the night. "Lodging," Caldas said and walked straight in. Lycasus followed closely behind, excited and curious. After understanding the situation, the priest of the temple readily agreed to let them rest in the temple. However, the empty rooms in the side hall were already full, so the priest brought them to the main hall. Nicostratus and the others were still a little afraid. Would they disturb Hades? The priest said with a smile, "Hades is kind and willing to help the people in need, as long as they don't pollute the environment in the temple." There were actually people resting on the floor in the main hall. Nicostratus and the others were relieved. The priest even asked the believers to provide them with blankets and hot water. Even Nicostratus, who had never come into contact with the Temple of Hades before, praised Hades for his kindness. That night, they slept peacefully. Of course, the main hall they slept in was on the side of Elysium. No one dared to sleep in a hall on the other side of Hades. The next morning, after thanking the priest, the group left the Temple of Hades. As Nyxtratus' back was still aching, Statipus suggested taking a carriage, so the group went to the carriage shop. Unexpectedly, the business here was also very good. There were no empty carriages until a carriage from Asprustum alighted 4 people. Only then were they able to pay and board the carriage. There was a young man and a woman in the carriage. The woman held the man's arm intimately and did not let go of the strangers. This irritated the conservative Nyxtratus, and he cursed inwardly. The people of Dionia are barbaric and not familiar with traditional Greek etiquette. Caldus, on the other hand, often traveled in Dionia and was used to the sight of Dionia women in public, so he took the initiative to talk to them. After exchanging pleasantries, they found out that the man was called Ephialtes, and he became an official citizen of Dionia last year. He lived in Asplustum, while the woman was born and raised in Asplustum. When Dionia signed the peace treaty with Crotone, her family was one of the few who chose to stay, and they seemed to be doing quite well. This made the people of Crotone in the car feel a little uncomfortable. The carriage had only traveled a short distance when it stopped. Loud noises could be heard coming from outside the carriage. Statipus lifted the tarpaulin at the front of the carriage and asked the driver what was going on. "There's a square in front of us. Those damn rich and nobles have gathered there and are causing trouble. They've blocked the road," the driver said angrily. "We have no choice but to take a detour." After Statipus sat down and explained the situation, Nyxtratus became interested. "Why are the people of Cremissa causing trouble?" "I know a little," Caldus said after some thought. Cardius thought for a moment and said, "Since last autumn, a small number of people in the city of Crimea have begun to protest outside the city hall near the square, asking to reconvene the General Assembly and give the citizens the right to participate in politics. I didn't expect that there would be so many people protesting outside the square this year. The citizens of Dionia should have done that a long time ago. Which city in Greece doesn't hold a citizens' meeting? Only Dionia is an exception," Nyxtratus said, venting his anger. "Syracuse doesn't have one either." Lycasus interrupted. "Shut up." Nyxtratus glared at him, then loudly expressed his opinion. "A city without a citizens' meeting means that the people have no right to participate in politics. That's a dictatorship. A dictatorship can't last long. Of course, the citizens have to rise up and even overthrow it." Statipus pulled him to stop him from continuing. After all, they were only here to participate in the forum and exchange medical knowledge. It was not appropriate for them to spout nonsense and get involved in the internal disputes of Dionia. Ephiart's face was already red from holding back his anger. He retorted loudly, "Only the stupid people of Cremissa would do such a stupid thing. No one is causing trouble in Asprustum. No one is causing trouble in Amygdala. No one is causing trouble in Turiae, not even in the Gramentum. It's because of the rule of the Lord Devers that we can turn from refugees into citizens. That's why we can own land and enjoy peace. The priest of Hades is right. We have to be grateful. It's the same for Crotone. I heard that the war in Greece has been going on for a year. The people's lives are very difficult. Why has Greece been able to enjoy such a long period of peace? It's all because of our great commander, the divine Devers of Hades." Ephiart's words were spoken from the bottom of his heart. Although Nyxtratus was harsh with his words, he was only a doctor, not a public speaker. He was not good at arguing with others until his face turned red. Seeing the young man's aggressive attitude, he cowered and muttered in a low voice, "Another Dionysius." At this point, the atmosphere in the carriage became silent. The carriage went around the square, exited through the south gate, and returned to the main road. The public carriage that Nyxtratus and the others were riding in was a four-wheeled carriage with 2 horses. It could seat up to 6 people. The carriage was covered with a leather hood, and there were small windows on both sides, so there was plenty of light. The wooden seats were padded with relatively soft cloth and fur, which could slightly reduce the vibration transmitted from the friction between the wheels and the ground. Even though the roads of Dionia were far better than those of other Greek city-states, it was still inevitable that the carriage would jolt. The most troublesome thing to the passengers was the noise. To prevent the wooden wheels from cracking after a long period of use, they were fastened with iron rings on the outside. When the wheels turned, the iron rings would come into contact with the stones on the road, and the noise would be quite loud. Chapter 344. However, these carriages could not be driven and carried at will. There was a civilian organization, the Carriage Guild, which specialized in managing the public carriages in the Dionia Alliance. Only those whose driving skills and carriage equipment passed the examination could be qualified to operate the carriages. Otherwise, if they were found to be carrying passengers without permission, the patrols would come looking for them. Moreover, Dionia had also promulgated a special law on the situation of vehicles driving on the main road. It was said to have been proposed by the Devers. All vehicles on the main road must drive on the right. In this way, the traffic on the main road would not interfere with each other. Not only was the probability of accidents on the main road reduced, but the speed of the carriages was also naturally increased. Of course, Nix and Tratus did not pay attention to the details behind the carriages. They enjoyed the speed of the carriages. After an hour, the carriages entered the swamp area of the Crocoli River. No, it had now been renamed as the Crocoli River Plain. After more than 2 years of hard work, the people of Dionia had successfully transformed the area. They built dams on the flat riverbanks of the Crocoli River, dug ditches, drained and filled in soil, and dried and burned the land. The swamp, which was originally wet and filthy with snakes and insects, had been developed into fertile, high-yield arable land. Even the senators of the Senate were envious. The Devers stood their ground and fulfilled their original promise, distributing part of the land to the freedmen who had participated in this long project. Because of this merit, almost all of them had successfully become probationary citizens of Dionia. Someone in the Senate had once proposed to build a small city on this land. This idea was strongly opposed by the governor of Cremissa at the time, Scambras. His reason was that Cremissa had spent manpower and material resources to support the transformation of the swamp, and the construction of the Cremissa Castellan Avenue also gave Cremissa the ability to manage this new small plain. Under his insistence, the Crocoli River Plain was placed under the jurisdiction of Cremissa. This made the originally small city of Cremissa suddenly jump in strength to the forefront of the cities of the Alliance of Dionia. This also caused some natives of Cremissa to feel that their status had risen, and they wanted a share of the land of the Crocoli River Plain. Of course, the Senate would not allow them to act rashly. This was also one of the reasons for the disputes among the people of Cremissa. There were also large tracts of farmland here, but unlike the Crocoli River Plain, the newly developed land was still overgrown with weeds. Under the blessing of the goddess of spring, Persephone, the fields were full of colorful wildflowers, making the land even more colorful. In the distance, there was a village vaguely visible, and smoke could be seen from the chimneys. The sounds of children playing, parents scolding, chickens crowing, and dogs barking could be heard from time to time. It was a scene full of vitality. Lycasus, who had been watching the outside world through the window of the caravan, suddenly focused his eyes on a few shepherds who were driving a large herd of cattle to drink water by the river. Their attire was different from the Greeks, but it was so familiar to Lycasus. "Those are the Briti!" Lycasus cried out with a stab of pain in the depths of his memory. When he was a child, he had seen the Briti people burning and looting on the Crocoli River Plain, so the memory was still fresh in his mind. Nix Tratus also looked out of the window in shock. There's nothing strange about it. The Briti people don't just live in the mountains in the west. They also live in other places within the Dionia Alliance. Even in Espustum, there are Briti people who came down from the upper valley of the Neto River. Here, the Crocoli River Plain is the place with the most Briti people other than the Briti Mountains. It is said that there are several tribes here, Ephiart said proudly. Lycasus stared blankly at the few British shepherds who were talking freely by the river. There was an indescribable feeling in his heart. To the young people of Crotone, the Briti people were nightmares that their parents used to frighten them to make them obedient when they were young. Now, they were citizens that had been conquered by the Dionia alliance. I heard that there have been battles in the Brudi region for the past few years, Nix said casually. There are no battles. It's just some small conflicts between the various Brudi tribes overland. The governor of Kazinsa easily solved it for them, Effiard explained. Nix laughed coldly, and the carriage returned to its usual silence. In this narrow space, the people of Crotone and the people of Dionia did not seem to get along easily. The carriage entered the city of Castellan before noon. The driver needed to rest the tired horses for a while to recover their strength. At the same time, they had to be fed with pasture and water, so the passengers had an hour to rest. Nix, on the other hand, was discussing with Statipus whether they should hire another carriage to send them to Turii. He could not stand the strange sense of pride that came from the Dionia citizen, Effiard, who was also in the carriage. Caldus watched as the 3 Crotone people rushed into the carriage. He shook his head helplessly and turned around to walk to Kristoya's restaurant not far away. Fortunately, there were still empty seats in the restaurant. As soon as he sat down, he saw Effiard and his fiancée enter the restaurant. He greeted the two of them and began to order. 2 years ago, the blacksmiths of Turii invented the frying pan after countless experiments under the guidance of the Devers. Kristoya's restaurant quickly introduced a series of fried food made with olive oil, and it quickly became popular throughout the Dionia alliance. Caldus ordered a fried codfish and 2 rolls of honey. Not long after, the golden fried codfish and fragrant bread were served on the table. Already hungry, he couldn't wait to grab the warm bread and take a big bite. The crispy and soft bread mixed with the sweet fragrance of honey stimulated his taste buds and made him even more hungry. He quickly picked up the knife, cut a piece of fish, forked it, and put it in his mouth. Caldus quickly finished his lunch and stroked his bulging belly with satisfaction. He then wiped the cutlery clean, arranged it properly, and bowed solemnly. It was said that this set of cutlery was invented by the consul Devers of Dionia, inspired by Hades. Caldus had no doubt about it. Wasn't that little fork with only 2 teeth Hades' double fork? The waiter removed the plate, and Caldus ordered another glass of wine. He sipped the tea while listening to the other diners chatting. As a person who had traveled to the Dionia Alliance many times, Caldus could tell that most of the diners in this restaurant were locals of Castellan. Although the Greek pronunciation of each Greek city-state was more or less different, the pronunciation of the Dionia people was undoubtedly the most unique. Since they treated the Licarians, the Brudi, and the Thracians equally into the alliance and became citizens of Dionia, their respective cultures had constantly collided and merged. Even the accent of their speech had changed a lot. From time to time, a few unfamiliar words from the Licarian or Brudi language would pop out. This was the basis for the people of Crotone and Tarentum to regard the people of Dionia as barbaric. Caldus did not have such discrimination. Most of the things these people of Castellan talked about had nothing to do with the city they lived in, Castellan. Instead, it was about their neighbor, Turin. Something about how lively the upcoming wedding festival was. How beautiful was Agnes, the second wife of the consul Devers of Dionia. How did the Devers satisfy the needs of their 2 beautiful wives? The Dionia Medical Forum was about to be held in Turin. Which doctors of Castellan were going to participate? Wait a minute. Some people talked mysteriously. It was said that Dionia was going to start building its first stone bridge. Some people talked excitedly. The newly completed 3rd arena in Turin was going to be dedicated to football matches. Some people bragged. Last autumn, I went to Kazinsa Plateau and saw how spectacular the horse racing celebration was. Some people would retort, Licaria's sheep fighting competition was more exciting. But more people would say in unison, what was more interesting and exciting was undoubtedly the Southern Italian rugby and Dionia football matches. When the diners talked about their city-states, there were more complaints. Some people even declared, it would be better to let Castellan become a part of the Dionia Alliance, instead of being independent of the Dionia Alliance, as it was now. Although it would be freer, it would not be able to get more benefits from the Dionia Alliance. The citizens of Castellan also wanted more land. Not only did no one refute his outrageous words, but it was also approved by a few diners. The influence of Dionia in Greece was getting bigger and bigger. Caldas thought with a sigh. He estimated the time, left the restaurant, and walked to the carriage house. Next to the carriage he was in, he saw the 3 dejected people of Crotone. It turned out that the carriages in the carriage house had all been hired. Many of Castellan's fiancés and citizens wanted to go to Turin to participate in the wedding festival of the Shrine of Hera. So, the 6 of them were still on the same road, speechless along the way. After 3 hours of bumpy ride, the carriage finally stopped. "We've arrived," the coachman shouted. Lachesis looked out and saw a crowded crowd, towering sentry towers, and a long wooden bridge. "We shouldn't have arrived at Turin yet, right?" Lachesis said doubtfully. Chapter 345. Then, the other 4 got out of the car and moved forward. People coming from the south had to cross the Crotty River and enter Turin. There were 2 ways. The first was to enter the southern part of the city and take a boat from the dock to the main port of the Turin city. This was mainly for citizens of Dionia and visiting envoys from other cities. The second way was to cross the wooden bridge to the west of the southern part of the city, reach the delta where the 2 rivers converged, then cross the wooden bridge to the north bank of the Crotty River, and finally enter the main city. After passing through the sentry post, the trio stepped onto the wooden bridge. Unlike his teacher, Lycasis stomped his feet curiously and patted the railing. From time to time, he craned his neck to look at the boats passing under the bridge. Suddenly, he yelled, "Look, what are they doing?" Nick Stratos looked in the direction of his finger. Not far from the bridge, there was a group of teenagers swimming in the river. They were not playing in the water. Instead, they were in several groups, one after the other, rushing to swim from the north bank to the south bank and back. The Greeks were a race of the sea, and there were many people who were good at swimming. However, it was rare to see every child wearing leather armor in such an intense and exciting swimming scene. "Are they in competition?" Stesippus said uncertainly. "They are in military training," a middle-aged man with a broken right arm, who had been leaning on the railing for a long time, interrupted. Stesippus looked him up and down and asked curiously, "Military training?" "They are all students of the Turin Academy. According to the requirements of the Dionia education law, besides learning knowledge, they also have to undergo military training," the middle-aged man explained. "It's too cruel for such young children to be forced to do such dangerous exercises. What if they drown because of their physical strength? What if they get hurt by the boat?" Nick Stratus said unhappily. In fact, not only were there instructors swimming in the river, there were also a few boats parked on the river, ready to rescue them at any time. However, the middle-aged man didn't explain much. Instead, he said calmly, "Ferocious enemies won't be spared just because they're young. Only by going through strict training can you kill your enemies on the battlefield and not be killed by them." Nicestratus was speechless for a moment and simply walked away quickly. The men of Dionia, be they young or middle-aged, all spoke with an air of disgust. No wonder people called Dionia little Spartans. Their methods were indeed cruel. The middle-aged man ignored the departure of these foreigners and continued to pay attention to the children's training in the river. It was not until the instructor called them to the shore that he crossed the bridge unhurriedly and went down to the riverbank. "Hey, Paliandrus, my brother." An instructor saw him and came forward to give him a warm hug. Both of them were once soldiers of the 1st Division of Minta's brigade, so it was natural for them to have a deep friendship. "Your son is still performing well as usual. Today he won 1st place in his group in the armed swimming training." The instructor praised him without hesitation. "I saw it on the bridge. I say, Paliandrus, you've been so concerned about your son's military training recently. Are you planning to let him replace you as a soldier of the Legion of Dionysia when he grows up?" The instructor joked. Unexpectedly, Paliandrus nodded seriously. "I want him to join the 1st Division." The instructor was stunned for a moment and then advised, "My brother, although Patroclus has performed well, he hasn't been fighting for several years now. There are more than 10,000 people in the reserve team of the Legion. It's not that easy to enter the 1st Division. Besides, he's not even 18 years old yet. Even if he's old enough to serve in the military, the officers won't be so eager to send a recruit like him to the battlefield. It's better to let him train himself in the reserve team to become a qualified soldier of the Legion. Polyandrus thought about it and admitted that the instructor was right. However, he was still a little worried and asked, "I don't know the current situation of the Legion. How long do you think it will take for Patroclus to enter the official Legion after he enters the reserve team, especially the First Division?" The instructor smiled. "You should spend more time with your old brothers in the First Division, especially our boss, Captain Amyntas. He's the most sentimental. Do you know that he's just been appointed as the commander of the Second Division this year? If your son wants to enter the Second Division, he can just say the word. Even if you insist on letting Patroclus enter the First Division, with the friendship between Amyntas and Antonios, the commander of the First Division, it's just a word from him." Polyandrus silently listened to the advice of his comrade. Indeed, since he was injured, he had less contact with his comrades and officers. Now, for the sake of his son, it was time to make some changes. "By the way, haven't you been studying in school recently, preparing to take the assessment of Turii and become the village chief? How are you doing now?" The instructor suddenly remembered and asked curiously. Polyandrus smiled bitterly. "I didn't know a word before. Now that I'm old, my memory isn't good. Just remembering those letters is enough to give me a headache. Then you have to work harder. I'm still waiting for you to enter the Senate in the future. Take care of us old comrades." The instructor joked. Polyandrus smiled, which was rare. "Father." Patroclus, who had already changed his clothes, walked over. "School's over." Patroclus nodded. He was almost 17 years old, and he was taller than Polyandrus. Although he was not as strong as the instructor, his body was well-proportioned and strong. For students who were about to become adults like him, the school's afternoon classes were no longer ordinary sports competitions and military training. Instead, they were more rigorous and began to practice close to actual combat to prepare for entering the army. "Polyandrus, don't forget what I told you," the instructor reminded him loudly when he saw the father and son walking away. Polyandrus waved his hand gratefully. "Father, what did you say to the instructor?" Patroclus asked curiously. "About you entering the First Army." Polyandrus told his son truthfully. Patroclus let out a long whistle. "I heard from Stephos that it's impossible for a recruit like me to enter the First Army at the beginning. But I believe that no matter which army I'm in, I'll be the one holding the flag at the triumphal parade." Polyandrus patted the child's shoulder with relief. Although Patroclus had a jumpy personality, he was an extremely confident child. When the father and son left the academy, Patroclus suddenly stopped and shouted, "Hey, Cynthia!" Cynthia, who was going home with her classmates, turned around and smiled at him. Patroclus winked. "The hairband on your head is loose." Cynthia reached out to touch her hair and realized that she had been tricked. She immediately spat and scolded. "Annoying Parlo!" Patroclus laughed and stared at Cynthia until she walked away before withdrawing his gaze. As an experienced person, how could Polyandrus not understand his son's thoughts? It was just that most people in Turin knew the identity of the girl, the adopted daughter of the consul Devers, and he was just an ordinary citizen of Dionia who had just obtained citizenship not long ago. The difference in status between the two sides was huge. However, his son was stubborn and had his own ideas since he was young, so he couldn't say anything. He only hoped that it was just a simple love from the child. When he grew up, everything would change. Cynthia said goodbye to her girlfriend and walked into her home. The servant quickly came over and took her school bag. She immediately bowed to him to express her gratitude. Today, the Devers residence was expanded again, divided into 3 courtyards: front, middle, and back. The front courtyard was where the ordinary slaves lived, and the stables were also here. The middle courtyard was where the Devers worked and discussed matters, and there were also slave, butlers, and office workers' bedrooms. The back courtyard was where the Devers and their families lived. Cynthia went straight forward, and wherever she went, the slaves saluted her, and Cynthia returned the salute one by one. This was the Devers family rule, and although Cynthia didn't understand it, it had become a habit. After entering the central courtyard, she even met Aristyra's face to face. Cynthia was more afraid of this attendant of her father. She always felt that his eyes, which were less black than white, seemed to have some kind of magic that could see through people's hearts. In comparison, Among the attendants of the Devers, she preferred the former scribe, Aristyrus. Unfortunately, he had become a citizen of Dionia, and, under the suggestion of the Devers, he had passed the union's examination and become a judge in the Turin court. Cynthia pushed open the room in the back courtyard, and a familiar voice came, "Oh, Cynthia is back." Christoia stood by the garden and looked at her with a smile. Asuna was bending over to pull the weeds out of the flowers. "Mother!" Cynthia called out and ran forward to give Christoia a hug. After a few years of being together, this sexy, elegant, and kind woman in front of her had replaced the image of her mother that was gradually fading in her heart. "Be gentle, you rash little girl. Don't scare your sister." Christoia subconsciously covered her slightly protruding belly and flicked Cynthia's forehead with a reproachful look. "Sister, I apologize for disturbing your sleep." Cynthia leaned close to Christoia's belly and said playfully. Then, she suddenly shouted in surprise, "She kicked me. Mother, sister kicked me."